Okey dokey.
I can't be sure where it was.
Just give my phone message. I called you.
Oh, yes.
4-5.
Oh, no, not today.
Yeah. I called you about this item.
Oh, okay.
We'll get to it, and you'll know you want to listen later
Wasn't expecting anything, so anything's bad.
to my message.
Applications to be on
Good evening and welcome to the Creswell City Council meeting. Tonight is our work session and we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tonight, we are down some counselors, as you can tell. Normally, there's 7 of us at the table. One of our counselors resigned, and her resignation was effective a couple of weeks ago. And one of our counselors is online, Shelley Clark, because she just returned home from a trip, and her husband got COVID. But she doesn't. So she's available with us online, and then Counselor Smith is currently in Texas and has an excused absence. So we welcome all of you to our meeting tonight. And then we have a brand new member of the populace here tonight with us for the first time ever.
I'll call it.
And we're going to have Caitlin introduce her little one to us.
This is little Warren Joseph. Yes.
And he's getting a start right by coming to a city council meeting.
Yes.
And he's awake.
Already interested and he's awake, yes.
Well, we have an opening.
I think you join.
I think he's off to an explosive start.
And sitting right next to Warren is Chelsea, who will be having a little one shortly. And we expect to be bringing yours with us as well shortly to get introduced to city council work.
Yep, 3 to 4 weeks, we'll have baby little girl, little Declan.
Okay, we'll give you another month or 2 after that to come.
Yes, we need to cook her up a little bit longer.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you for coming and bringing your young fella with you tonight.
Absolutely.
Very exciting. Okay, under mayor's report tonight, a couple of just kind of housekeeping things. So we have a vacancy on the Parks Board, which will be filled at the November 13 council meeting. We have 3 applicants who and you'll be getting their applications in your next council packet. This is for a position for a non-resident. So one of the things that we need to do is, I'm not sure how this happened, but I did appoint Bonnie Samuels to the Parks Board, and somehow she got put into the non-resident position. So we will need to swap her to a resident position. She's a resident, which will then create the 1 vacancy, which we already do have for a non-resident, and then we have 3 applicants. And we don't interview applicants unless they're planning commission members or members of the city council. So you'll come that evening, you'll have your information as per our governing rules for parks. I will announce an appointment and then ask the council to vote approval for that appointment. So that's happening at November 13 council meeting. We also have 1 yes, Stacy.
So I just want to understand the process. So in this situation, you will do the appointment, the rest of us just agree or disagree?
Yes, I'll make an appointment. I'll ask the council to vote for that, to give consent. Because for the park Parks Board, we give consent.
But it's not a decision that the entire body will make?
Well, if the council doesn't give consent, then we will move on to another appointment, because there's 3 candidates.
Okay,
So the council could say, no, we don't agree to that appointment. And then we move on to a different appointment of the 3.
okay.
So, which brings me to the next item, which is a related question. We have 1 vacancy on city council. And currently, we have 2 applicants for that 1 vacancy. So I want to get, Alonzo and I talked about it some, but in terms of timeline, I wanted to throw that out and get all of your input on the timeline. So what I would propose would be that position was declared vacant 2 weeks ago at our October council meeting. I would propose that we close, that we make November 8th the last day to apply. That puts us at almost about 2.5 more weeks. And at the November 13 council meeting, that we interview counselors, people who are applying, that we would begin our meeting November 13 with interview of candidates, and then later in the meeting, under council action items, we would make an appointment. Now, the process for appointing a council member is that we will conduct interviews, and I will generate a list of questions. Those are approved by our attorney, and then the counselors will each have a chance to ask each of the candidates a question from the approved list. Then we will go on with our regular meeting. When we get to council decision-making, then I will announce that we're ready for this item. And again, the charter calls for the mayor to make an appointment and the council to vote by majority. So we will actually have a vote then. So I would announce an appointment and ask the council to vote on that appointment. If the council votes in majority vote, then that person is appointed. If not, then we move on to another candidate. So it's a little different process. Yes, Manager Amber.
Oh, go ahead.
I just was wondering on the interviews, are you going to do that before city council, or are you going to do that as part of a city council meeting?
Well, since we're starting at 6 o'clock, I would propose that we just start with our regular council meeting. It'd be the first item on the agenda.
Okay.
Would be the interview of the candidates.
Thank you.
And then we wouldn't make the decision until we get later in the council meeting to council action items. So, Councilor Holt?
I'm just curious why the whole body isn't making that decision together, why you are making the appointment.
So, our charter talks about that council vacancies are filled by appointment by a majority of the council members. So, a number of years ago, I had this conversation because during my term as mayor, we as a council have had to appoint a lot of vacancies. So I had a conversation with our attorney, Ross, and he said the charter indicates that it's an appointment and it has to be approved by a majority. So he said that the process for making appointments to the council is quite vague and was, in his opinion, determined by the mayor, the process. But the actual appointment the actual decision who to appoint has to be made by majority vote. So he said it's kind of a blending of the two, that the mayor determines the process, and then and the process that's been used for appointing councilors has varied widely in the last 20 years. That what the charter calls for is that when you're ready to make an appointment, the mayor basically announces an appointment. I appoint so-and-so, and then the council votes for that appointment. If the
That's what the charter says.
the charter simply says appointed by a majority vote. And Ross's interpretation was the only member of the council who actually makes the appointments is the mayor.
That's his interpretation, that's not exactly what it says, is that
Well,
correct?
all that it says is appointed.
I feel, my personal opinion is this is a very important position that I think that we should all be able to have input in and select. Perhaps we should have a discussion about that process and maybe fine tune it before that comes up.
Well, I think that we could refer it back to our attorney first.
That sounds
Because it
fair.
was probably 7 or 8 years ago that we had this discussion. and get his interpretation of that. So, go ahead.
I'm not going to be here.
been
So
on
I'm just
council.
She's going on
trying to
vacation.
figure out how to make this happen without being here. So do you want maybe to have a discussion with Ross in November? Or do you want me to provide Ross with information and have him make a guidance document that comes to you as part of your packet in November? Or how would you like that to happen?
Well, I guess what I'd like is for you to pose the question to him and have him respond to you, and then you get that to us as soon as you can.
Okay.
that
So
we can
an
all-
email,
Yeah, so that we can all get that.
is that suitable?
So,
I think that we should all vote on it, and you actually do the appointment.
well,
That's
that's,
still, you're doing the appointment, but it's coming from, the way you're doing it seems like you're coming from the back door
well,
instead of upfront.
That's exactly right.
Instead of upfront voting for the person, and then you looking at, well, this person has this many votes. It may be by hand, or it might be a written thing that you put a vote in, whatever the legal and justifiable way of doing it, but then in the end, you're the one that appoints them. So that's my opinion. I think the way you're saying is just backwards.
well, and again, what I'm saying is the interpretation that was given to me and the process that has been used by the city for the last, at least since 2013, well, and before, because in the before years, it was the same process. It was the same final process, appointment and vote, although the means of getting there were vastly different depending on whoever the mayor was.
And it's the means of getting there I'm concerned about, and I think that we should fine tune that, and we should at least have a discussion about that and see how that looks. So
I think that would require a change in charter, though.
I understand that.
So then the charter has to be voted on by the people.
Well,
So then we're saying we
let's start with the
potentially-
question to Ross. I think we're kind of going into the
Okay.
weeds. We don't want to waste anyone's time. It's just, I have a real concern about one person making an appointment rather than the whole body coming to a decision together, so.
But the appointment doesn't stand unless the whole body votes in favor of it.
But
Again-
whether you do the appointment first and then the vote, or the vote and the appointment, I think fits into the same story. But I'm not the one that has to make that determination, but it sounds like it's the same thing. But then we feel like we've had a vote in who gets in, instead of just having us deny somebody that you've chosen.
And it's theoretically possible that our vote would be different than who he would appoint. And that's what I'm getting at. And so I think that if we're all going to interview candidates, we should all be part of making the decision on who gets appointed. Whether that's a majority vote or something, it's just my opinion. And I haven't scoured the charter myself, but I will wait for correspondence from the city attorney on that.
So Alonzo, do you have any input?
The interpretation of what the charter says, I was trying to bring it up, I can't, because I read.
Well, I have it here if you want me to read it. but-
Sure, why don't you read it? I found it to be very loose and vague. And the way I interpret it is that, yes, the mayor appoints, but regardless of our showing of hands, whether the majority is in favor of, whichever way, you still appoint. You can appoint it.
But not without a majority vote of the council. So
Go ahead, read
here's
it,
what,
read it.
this is under Chapter 7, Elections, Section 32. Filling vacancies. A council vacancy will be filled by appointment by a majority of the remaining council members. And that's, I can read the rest of it, but that's the only line that actually.
By appointment by the majority of the reigning, so the majority council should be the one doing the appointment, is how I interpret that.
And that hasn't been the way it's been interpreted in Creswell.
We've done a lot of things that haven't been done that way recently, I think, so. For instance,
So-
amending motions. That was something that you had done differently for many years. I mean, sometimes that happens. And so I think we need to have a discussion about this, because I think it's important. I think our constituents elect people to represent them, and this is an elected position, and I think all of us representatives should be part of this appointment.
Okay, so Alonzo, back to you.
Read the charter.
Okay, I'll read the whole paragraph. A council vacancy will be filled by appointment by a majority of the remaining council members. The appointee's term of office will run from appointment until expiration of the term of office of the last person elected to that office. If a disability prevents a council member from attending council meetings or a member is absent from the city, a majority of the council may appoint a councilor pro tem.
Okay, so, and I believe in the past, because this isn't the first time this has kind of come up before, a council vacancy will be filled by appointment by a majority of the remaining council members. And I think that Ross is coming, because I've heard it before, that it is by appointment, and who does the appointments? That's you. You do the appointments. Yes.
It's not the way that's worded, though.
So, so, and you're right, it's not worded that way, but that's the argument or the advice that has been given.
So Ross, I want to make sure you were through before I jump back in.
No, I'm done.
So Ross said that his interpretation was based on Chapter 3, which is City Council, Section 8, the role of the mayor. The mayor presides over and facilitates council meetings, preserves order, enforces council rules, and determines the order of business under council rules. The mayor is a voting member of the council and has no veto authority. With the consent of council, the mayor appoints members of commissions and committees established by ordinance or resolution. The mayor must sign all records of council decisions. The mayor serves as the political head of the city government. So from what I remember all those years ago, he said his interpretation is based on the prior reference to the mayor as the member of the council who makes appointments.
To commissions, and
Yes.
it's specific about where you make appointments. This is not a commission, this is not a work group, this is not a committee.
Okay?
This is
So I
an
wa-
elected position.
want to see if Shelley Clark, Councillor Clark, do you want to weigh in on this discussion?
Sure. I'm assuming you all can hear me.
Yes, we
Yes.
can. And see you.
Great. So it might make sense, again, given the discussion that you all have been having, is in my history, we have made an appointment of 2 council members, but we also only had 2 council members run or apply for the 2 open positions. And so it was fairly straightforward in terms of that decision, and kind of who made the mayor ultimately made the appointment, but it was based off of consensus by the council. And so I would encourage us to confer with Ross and get his feedback. It may make sense that the appointment is ultimately done by the mayor, but there is a motion by the council to appoint one candidate or another or whatever, then that's how we reach consensus.
Okay? So what I'm hearing is that we want to pose the question to Ross, get his interpretation, but I'm thinking that we should not do this in November. We should wait till the November work session when the council can discuss it again.
I agree.
Okay. Shelley's raising her head, yes. Alonzo?
Yeah.
Norma? Yes.
Would that be with the intent to do the swearing in January?
Well, if we have the discussion in November and make a decision on how we're going to do it, then we could do the interviews in December, make the appointment in December, and swear them in January. One of the reasons we were trying to move this along quicker was because in November we're having ALICE training, and we wanted this new counselor to be part of the ALICE training. So I don't know whether that means we should postpone ALICE training till the next year. Michelle?
We can invite them.
All of the candidates?
Both candidates?
We've
Well,
had
all of
members
them.
we've had members of the public participate before.
Okay, well, that would solve that one, wouldn't it? Okay, so we'll get a response from Ross, but we won't put this on for discussion until November work session. Okay? All right, and so we will not have a deadline then for applications at this point. We will leave applications open until the November work session, and then at that point, we can set a date. How does that sound? Okay, that's how we will proceed. Okay, so we move on to committee reports, administration and finance. Alonzo.
No really report tonight, Mayor. Well, I'll just very quickly, December 1st is the last day to turn in manager's evaluation. December 11th, just a reminder that it got moved to December 11th is the actual evaluation. And then November 13th, our next city council will be having Attorney Ross's evaluation. That's it.
So can you say again when the deadline is to have them turned into grades?
December 1st is the updated deadline to turn in Manager Amberg's evaluation. Because she's going on vacation.
Can't complain about having more time.
And December 11th will be the executive session of the regular city council.
Okay, so Public Safety Committee was chaired by Councilor Shuck. So, and reading over the charge, I don't believe there's any active charge for them. So that role will just remain open probably until January, when we get all of our new charges for the new year. All right, Transportation and Public Works, Shelley.
We do not have any update for tonight.
Okay, Parks and Tree Advisory Board, Norma.
We had a couple of public show up for the meeting again, Bob Zyback and Bill Kent, and Bob was interested in what kind of plants we were putting into Garden Lake Park and who was going to plant them, and we also discussed the pollinator garden. The irrigation is in and the planting will be done in spring. They're still working on battling the blackberries. We discussed barbecue grills. If it was feasible, the cost would be $420 for each of them, $100 to install, and the suggestion was 2 in Holt Park and 1 in Garden Lake Park. There's several things that were pushed to the next meeting, which is reviewing the tree list and discussing naming the 2nd Street Park and how we would go about doing it and getting input from the public on that.
So on the naming, I recognize I need to give a charge.
Yes,
Committee,
yes.
which I will do
thought
that.
Yes.
And even the barbecue grills, that's not something that the council ever charged the committee to work on, so I'm just...
Well, this was just a suggestion from the public, so we're not actually working on it, though we did get an idea of what it would cost to do so, and to see if it was something we wanted to pursue.
I think that's something staff can do.
Pursuing the barbecue? Okay.
For the installation, you mean?
No, I think staff can make that decision and actually do the placement.
Okay,
That's kind of a staff thing. That's not a commission or committee thing.
okay.
Okay. All right, so I will give a charge at the November council meeting for naming the park.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so Airport Commission, Alonzo.
Okay, so we just met last Wednesday and we received some updates on the ongoing projects right now. The security camera projects and the ham-based station satellite phone project, those are going out. The 3 bids will go out for both projects, so we're just waiting for Manager Humble to get those back. And just a few details on the camera project. There's, I believe they're looking at 7 to 10 cameras and hopefully have 100% coverage of the airport. And people will be able to log in and view the airport from the city website, which is, maybe more so for the airport users, but anybody is welcome to see the weather conditions out there, I guess. And then 1 camera will be in position to recognize license plates for security purposes. And then the North Taxi Lane project, if you recall, the last update it's still on hold, waiting for Fish and Wildlife to approve the salmon issue that they had out there. and hopefully the approval will be in the next week or so. And if so, the design work will be done during the winter and be shovel-ready by spring or early fall. And then the construction, the runway, the big project, there's just one last thing. They're waiting for Lance Electric to install the last 4 runway lights. And they should be installed in the next few days. And then they will schedule that flight check and it will be 100% operational. So it's getting really close to finalizing. And then the North End wastewater development, that project is actually underway. They're locating hookups, and there's a lot of digging going on. The leach field is in and buried and been approved by Lane County, and hopefully that project will be completed by the end of the year. And then there was Mike Anderson, our school representative. He gave us an update on the STEM project. The airplane maintenance will be starting back up here in this coming term, and it was interesting that they're trying to coordinate with the guys out there, the American Model Association and the Experimental Aircraft Association that are on the south end of the airport. They have an RC airplane that they're trying to get to the kids so that they have something to work on. And it's really, it sounded like a pretty sophisticated big RC airplane that they're going to give them. And then some updates on new projects that will be coming up. The 2024 core grants are opening up, and they're actually due by the end of the month, by the 27th. And I believe the Manager Humble, correct me if I'm wrong, but the first priority would be funds for the master plan. And then the second priority is going to be some containers, emergency lights, light the runway ends with crosses and electrical gates, and let's see what else. And one of those, there'll be 4 gates throughout the airport where they feel they need them. And then there's the electrical sign is the last priority would be, the one we see from the road, just the red one that you see off the 99, looking to update it. And then there's going to be a Creswell tabletop disaster exercise, which will be a mock disaster, and they will run the disaster, and that's going to happen here, correct, ma'am?
On Monday.
Yep. And it sounds like it's going to be a pretty big event. They'll go through some scenarios and kind of try to figure out where they could do better, what will work, what won't work. And then there's also going to be another evacuation practices. Chair Sid Origloso, he's going to be heading that project up too. And that's about it. That's what we got out of that. And next quarterly meeting will be January 17th. That's all I got.
Okay, very good. All right. I have no report from LCOG. Shelley, Lane Area Commission on Transportation.
Heck yes, I'm very excited to go ahead and give our report, our update tonight. So we last met just recently on October 11th, and we met remotely. The major pieces of our agenda from that were that we had kind of a recap of the Oregon Transportation Commission meeting that happened in September. Again, there's that presentation that I gave you little snippets of last month during our work session, where we got to talk and really highlight the Creswell jog as being an area of need for us. We talked a little bit about kind of our next steps in terms of kind of where we go after we put together all of our priority needs for all of the areas within Lane Act. And so we were able to kind of talk a little bit about what we were really fearful of in that process, and also what we were really hopeful for in that process. The perspective that I really shared and kind of like underlined was that I was very nervous that in a process of kind of whittling down all of the priority needs from all of our communities, that our rural communities would be overlooked, or the communities that are not able to be as present during our Lane Act meetings, that they would also be kind of forgotten or overlooked as well. And so My fear was I was not the only person sharing that fear. And so I think that that is something that we're going to look at and really weigh heavily in terms of as we're moving forward to prioritize our needs as Lane Act we want to make sure that we're intentionally not overlooking anyone. I think some of the opportunities that we have, and again, some of the opportunities that I shared with the rest of the group is that we have a really great opportunity to be able to champion each other and try and help provide funding and learn from each other in terms of the asks that we're making and how do we kind of sharpen our pencils and be as precise as possible when we do make those asks. So anyway, so that was some of the next steps that we had. We also started some conversations around Lane Act officers or Lane Act leadership for the next year. And so typically those terms start in January and will go through December of the next year. And so we put together our selection or kind of our recommendation committee. I decided not to be part of that recommendation committee this year because I knew that the city of Creswell would be well represented because Manager Humble will be serving on that selection committee. That also allows me, if I was nominated to serve on that, to serve in leadership, that would ethically allow me to be able to accept that without feeling like it was, stack in the voting booth, which is not what we want to do. And then the last piece that we got from ODOT is just an update on the 27 to 30 STIP process. And again, that's the statewide transportation improvement program. And the short version of that is that there's going to be a lot of asks and less money to be able to fund those needs. And so, we're going to have to be as competitive as possible in order to be able to receive funds. So we'll continue to be there, be competitive, and do everything that we can possibly do to be able to move forward our priority needs that we have for Creswell. And then the last bit of update is in November they are looking to have the in-person or hybrid meeting again. And so I believe that we'll be meeting at the ODOT offices in Brookfield. So I'm going to try and be there in person as I think that is helpful. That's it for Lane Act, unless there's any questions.
Any questions? Okay, thank you for your wonderful report, as usual. Okay, we move on to presentations, and we begin with Aaron Donnelly. There you are, Aaron. Presentation on county proposed IMRF. Michelle, did you want to give any kind of background on this? Because I don't know that anybody's really aware of this in the council other than you and I and Alonzo.
Well, the county is responsible for ultimately handling the waste in Lane County. And most of the waste right now goes out to Short Mountain. The county has also put together a strategic plan a long time ago, and one that looks way out. And in it, they have identified the need for this IMRF. So those...
Tell us what an IMRF is for the...
It's, I think it's for intelligent MRF. It uses intelligent design and intelligent robotics. It's the next step of what a material recovery facility is, which is what a MRF is, MRF. And it sorts trash. You can make MRFs that sort recycling, you can make MRFs that sort stuff, but basically it sorts trash. And this next generation that is being proposed by the county is pretty slick. There is a question, though, as to whether or not it's needed at this time, and whether or not the process for vetting it has been sufficient, and whether or not the people who produce waste are aware of how it's going to hit their pocketbook, which means all of us. I don't believe that has been looked into. Additionally, this MRF there's a lot of questions in my mind as to how this MRF is going to roll into the new waste and recycling system that we just passed in this state. I don't have enough answers to tell you whether or not this MRF is going to fit well in that system or how it marries into it. Maybe Aaron knows, but I certainly don't. They haven't talked to me about it. And so Aaron is here tonight to give you a much more professional update on the MRF and kind of tell you where it's headed. Is that?
So, yeah, before Aaron jumps in, I want to give a little background too, because, so, two-ish weeks ago, I got an email from Mayor Soulsby in Cottage Grove, and that was the first I'd heard of this. And she sent out an email to all the all the mayors in the West District, represented by Commissioner Buck. And she was very concerned about this. One of her big concerns was the cost and how that would be impacting all of us. And so that's when I reached out to Manager Amberg. I forwarded the information from Mayor Soulsby and said, can we talk about this? And so we had a meeting coming up, our Friday meeting where we do our planning, Alonzo and I, and Manager Amberg, and we asked Aaron to come in to give us his perspective. Since then, there's been quite a number of emails going back and forth, but we felt it was important enough when we met 2 weeks ago that the council needed to hear, and we need to hear from our hauler, who is Sanapac, so that's why we invited Aaron to come. Yes?
One thing that I'd like to add is the county has done a great job in meeting our recycling goals already. We're, I think, one of the highest recyclers in the state. This MRF would take the county at an A rate and make it an A+. So that's the question, is do we really need to expend the funds right now to go through the system, to put private enterprise, to put them at maybe competitive disadvantage just to get that plus on the A. Another thing that was brought up by one of the commissioners that kind of I'd like to put in your heads is we have waste haulers in this area that have invested already in the waste stream and invested already in the recycling, and they've done it out of their own pocket. This would be another recycler coming into town, and the government would be putting money in their pocket to run a recycling system. So those are just something to think about. While our relationship has been with the long-term haulers and they have invested, this is someone from out of the area coming in and we're giving them money, so.
So let's hear from Aaron, and whatever you're comfortable with, sit down, join us at the table.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mayor and Council and City Manager for having me. I created sort of a PowerPoint, kind of an overview PowerPoint. It's not really a PowerPoint, it's just a printout at this point. Kind of going over a lot of things that Michelle said and also my understanding and Sanapac's concerns and input into it that we thought we would share. As Manager Amberg said, so Lane County has a climate goal of diverting. They have climate goals specific to reducing greenhouse gas emissions in county facilities and increasing overall diversion rates in the waste. So you generate 1,000 tons of garbage. How much of that can you divert into recycling? They have a goal of 63% by 2025. The current diversion rates hover between 50 and 53% is my understanding. And I believe that Lane County is historically at the top of the list as far as counties in diversion list in the state. So they are very high performing. The Short Mountain Landfill is owned and operated by Lane County. Landfill is the largest contributor of greenhouse gas from the county operations. That's just typical of landfills and generation of methane gas out of the top of a landfill. So in March, Lane County issued an RFP for a waste recovery facility that would see if somebody could propose a facility that would help them meet that 63% diversion goal. There were 3 elements in the proposal that they requested information on: construction and demolition debris processing, organics materials processing, and mixed waste processing. There were 3 respondents. Sanapac responded, Bulk Handling Systems responded, and then Dranco is, my understanding is they're an outside firm, sort of a global firm. Sanapac, we responded with only responding to number 1 of the 3. We already have a construction and demolition debris processing facility in Springfield called EcoSort. It's been there for 25 years. Our proposal was to enhance the facility, the processing capabilities of EcoSort to get more diversion out of what was already coming in. Bulk Handling Systems turned in a proposal for numbers 2 and 3. They also agreed that EcoSort had already handled the number 1 item, and so they just essentially turned in a facility for 2 and 3. BHS, that's how they're commonly known. They're headquartered in Eugene. They have corporate headquarters in Eugene. They do facilities like this. They develop them globally. So they're sort of a large manufacturer and operator of this type of machinery. And they propose number 2 and 3. So this is my understanding of sort of the proposed benefits of that facility. And then you can see here sort of an aerial view from I-5 as to what the proposed facility would look like. So this is in Goshen. As you come down, I believe that the facility right in front of it is that Weyerhaeuser facility. If you're coming to Creswell, it's on your left. So it goes sort of tucked behind that, and then I-5 is right there. Short Mountain Landfill is obviously also in Goshen. There's a picture of it right there. It's sort of across I-5, a little bit to the north, but basically right there. So the sort of benefits of this facility would be waste diversion. Basically how it works is it'll take garbage into it, and it'll have a large system of sorting and processing, and they'll try and pull out all of the recycling that's in the garbage, because when you throw away your garbage, there's inevitably fiber in there, there's different plastics in there, there's also food residue sometimes on plates and stuff like that. So this facility proposes to have these sorting mechanisms that will essentially pull out the recycling that was thrown into the garbage inadvertently, as well as food waste inadvertently. It'll take that recycling that they were able to pull and feed it back through a recycling processing center, which would also be a new addition. And so they basically take the commingled recycling from the curb and process that as well. And then the food out of the garbage, they would feed into an anaerobic digester. It's a large facility that takes food and organic waste and basically gets the gas off of it, and the methane that it would produce in the landfill off of it, and it converts that gas into a renewable natural gas process. So they're left with a residue of the food waste, which is void of that organic material. And so they have that as a residue. They have the potential garbage that sort of couldn't do anything with as a residue. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I have to ask a question because it's been bothering me.
Yeah.
So one of their concerns is the amount of natural gas that's coming off of the landfill right now.
Right.
It seems to me that all you're doing is taking it and running it through some cleaning up scrubbers and putting it out to consumption in the public. So you're not actually reducing the natural gas, you're just making it do work.
I think they're capturing it. They're trying to capture it so it doesn't get emitted through the air in a landfill situation.
Right.
Once they've captured it, then yes, potentially that could do work for fuel as a better use of potential fuel than like fossil fuels or coal or something else. So I think that's
That's the argument?
Yeah.
Okay.
You say potentially, have they proven this?
Yeah, I mean, so a facility like this, anaerobic digestion does exist in other areas. Actually, there's an anaerobic digester already in the area. There's one in Junction City. It's called Junction City Biomethane. It was sold to Shell. Shell Energy owns it now. And they originally were taking a lot of food waste into it. So, but this type of large mixed waste processing facility, my understanding, does not exist anywhere in this area or the Northwest. The one that I'm aware of, and I believe the examples were in California. San Jose is the example that I'm more familiar with. And I'll get to that, but I guess that's potentially one of sort of a foundational concern is that they exist in very high population density areas where you can get a continuous amount of a lot of flow of garbage always. And so, and potentially in areas like California that, yeah.
And how is this different from the natural gas plant that's already at Short Mountain?
Yes.
Because there is one already at Short
There
Mountain.
is. So right now they capture methane at Short Mountain, and they, this is my understanding, they burn it to produce electricity for EPUD. And that's, I think there's a limited amount of that, I don't think they capture, 100% of all the gases coming off the mountain. And the production of gas to electricity is considered less environmentally beneficial than the capture of gas for renewable natural gas use. That's me trying to understand it the best I can, but I think that it's seen as a higher, better use potentially. So, yes, they are, but they do have a system up there. You can see it. It's a dome. They capture the gas, and EPUD has a contract for that. Let's see. 65 jobs potentially created by this. They're claiming to have baled recyclable materials available locally. Education center, sort of a tourist, you can bring in students, etc. So the 30% design plan is complete. County approval or denial by the end of November, I believe it's November 27th, is the vote. Basically, the county staff will come forward to the commissioners and say, here's our completed contract, and here is what we're going to do what we plan to do to the garbage tip fees, and we're looking for your approval to vote to move forward. So the reason why I understand that it needs to happen so soon is because they need to have essentially essentially started construction in 2024 in order to get this government funding that's available now, grant funding that's available if you start the construction in 2024. So I believe that's why the timeline is urgent to now. The cost and funding.
So one thing I don't think you
Yeah.
mentioned, but they also say that this will extend the
Oh, yeah.
landfill
Yeah.
life by 30
Yeah.
years.
So that's important to the county. They have to pay for landfill closure costs. They have to save money for it. Landfills are a very valuable asset, and they try to extend their life as much as possible. So that they think that they will do that by diverting waste that actually goes there.
Where does that 30-year figure come from?
I believe it comes from the projected amount of tons that will not be going into the landfill because they've been able to sort it out before it hits the landfill.
But we have no historical data to back that up.
I think what I've seen so far is the projected diversion rate of the facility, what the facility sort of promises to do operationally.
But we don't have any real numbers.
No, because it doesn't exist yet.
That's kind of what I thought, yeah. Like even you said California has something in place, but it probably hasn't been around 30 years, I'm guessing.
I don't think so, yeah.
How does this fold into the current recycling laws?
Yeah. So, State of Oregon passed pretty historic legislation, comprehensive legislation on recycling that will go into effect in 2025. It's called EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility. It makes the plastic companies pay for, essentially to stabilize the recycling market and to support the recycling market. So essentially, I'm a manufacturer of a product, I sold it to someone, I have to now pay for the end recycling cost of that product that I sold. It's been used before in paint care. Paint companies have to do this for the take back of paint. There's a new one for mattress legislation, for mattress, people that sell a mattress, you have to pay for the ultimate recycling of that mattress. This will go into place for recycling of plastics is the big item. So what will happen, it's still in the works. It's still like getting the details worked out of the funding. But theoretically, the Producer Responsibility Organization, which is the plastics companies, will get together. And right now, they're building their plans to present to the DEQ for approval. They will provide funding, amount of money, to like a local government like Creswell. And that funding will be available to help defer the cost of transportation of recycling and also of education and outreach. And once that recycling hits a MRF, it helps that MRF cover the cost of contamination reduction risks and stuff like that. So it's essentially an influx of funding to the system to increase the viability of the system. So where that comes into play with regard to this is that I believe that that large amount, that heavy lift, that amount of funding, that all that work is going to increase the overall diversion rates of cities and counties to help them get closer to their goals. So there's this whole thing that's happening off to the side that we don't know the true impact yet of how that's going to increase our diversion numbers. There's a lot of effort and momentum and money essentially that will help us get higher diversion numbers. This facility, so this is all, the facility primarily, it was proposed to accept garbage and process it and then do the anaerobic digestion. Bulk Handling Systems has said that they are now adding on a recycling processing facility as well to it that would potentially be able to receive the funding from the RMA, the Recycling Modernization Act, because there'll be a potential source of receiving that funding. There are other, right now we send the majority of our commingled recycling to International Paper in Springfield, who I would have to assume would also look to get similar funding and support. And we also send it to Garten Services in Salem, which is that's where the majority of our recycling goes. There are a number of other facilities up in the Portland area that take recycling. We own a large one in Vancouver. We haven't taken recycling there in a number of years. We've been taking it locally, more closer to IP, Garden, and then some others around the Portland area. So I guess I would end it by saying that the details of the RMA, the Recycling Modernization Act, are not determined yet. The funding mechanism, the funding amounts are not determined yet. So that's where we're at with it right now. It implements in 2025.
It seems that it would need to be part of the business plan. I mean,
Yeah,
if
I
it was
think,
being done in the private sector, it would have to be part of the business plan.
Yeah, I think that Lane County is stating that that section of the building is potentially just going to be operated by Bulk Handling Systems independent of their contract with them. And so it's at their risk. I don't fully understand how that factors into the cost of the full building. I don't understand that yet. What I've asked Lane County for is before the November 27th meeting, we would love to see a copy of the contract, because then we would know, okay, what are all of the sort of requirements and who's on the hook for what. I'd also like to see a copy of the pro forma that was developed to come up with the rate increases, because we would like to understand how that's getting paid for too. They said they would be able to get that to me, so I just haven't seen it yet. Yeah.
Who's getting the rate increases?
That's the next couple pages here.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so costs and funding. Cost of this facility is $135 million. The county has an upfront cost of $50 million. They believe they can get $15 million of that covered through tax credits to Bulk Handling Systems, so that the county has a net cost of $35 million. They will pay for that upfront and by issuing a bond. So there's $35 million for the county right there that they will issue a bond to get. Bulk Handling Systems will provide the $85 million in processing equipment upfront into the facility. And then they will be essentially recouped for their materials and their labor and all of that, because they charge Lane County a per ton rate to process the waste. So every ton that comes through their door, Bulk Handling System at this facility, they will charge Lane County, I think right now it's at $68 a ton, to grind it, process it, sort it, all that kind of stuff. Lane County will then get the bill for that $68 a ton, and then you multiply that by the number of tons that they can potentially get through, and that's how they're going to get funded. There's also potential for federal or state grants, but those are all sort of undetermined. I understand that Lane County, that they tried to get state funding in this last session and did not get it. I know the state has, I believe, a budget shortfall. So cost and funding. Okay, so this is where the rubber hits the road on what it means for all of us if this goes through. Tip fee. So tip fee is another word for when we dump garbage at the landfill, they charge us per ton to get rid of that garbage. Right now, we get charged $91.35 when we dump a ton of garbage at Short Mountain Landfill. It's called a tip fee. They are going to pay for this facility by increasing the tip fee as we dump the waste there. And their plan right now is to increase it each year for the next 4 years, 11%, and then 8%, and then 5%. And so what I did on this table is I showed the impact of what that is going to do after 6 years, the total per ton increase, exclusively as a result of this facility. So that's what this table on the top here is. What I did was I said, okay, CPI over the last 10 years has averaged 2.6%. So it's reasonable to pull that out of that increase that they're going to be doing because they would have to do that anyway. So what is the increase of just the facility? If it does exist, it's this much more a ton. If it doesn't exist, it's this. And if it does exist, after 6 years, I'm seeing $50.68 more a ton. It's exclusively because of that facility. And in the next pages, I'll show you how I get to the rates on that. So $50 more a ton after 6 years. And then also the other tip fee, the other increase will be for people that take their waste directly to a transfer site. There's one right outside of Creswell. Some people don't have garbage service at their house. They drive it there. Right now, there's a minimum fee of $13 to take garbage there. That will increase, they say, between $1 and $1.75 each of the next 4 years. So that I just have a table here that shows that in 4 years, that will potentially be, instead of $17 minimum to $20 minimum. So that's the increase for the people that are using the transfer sites, according to that data. So the next page, impact to Creswell. Okay. All of that to say that we believe the impact per month after 6 years, exclusively to the IMF, at the bottom there is the residential service. So most people have a 35-gallon cart. Increase per month, you'll be paying $2.74 more per month than you would have if this facility didn't exist. 65-gallon, $5 more per month. 95-gallon, $7.45 more per month. I believe that these are conservative numbers and could potentially go higher. Well, I use the pounds per gallon ratio that Per County used in their formula to get to these numbers. I checked these numbers and my other assumptions with the county, both publicly at a stakeholder meeting, explaining how I got all to it, and also privately just saying, this is how I got to it, please let me know if I'm wrong, and I believe everybody is on the same page that these are accurate. And if they're not accurate, I'm happy to change them, but this is my understanding. So, commercial is where you start to see a larger percentage of increase. So residential, I believe the average resident, because of this facility, will end up paying around 11 to 15% more per month. But commercial, it can range from around 14 to 20% more per month on their garbage bill. And then as you go into larger industrial and compactor service, like at big box stores, stuff like that, it can get up to 30% more per month. Yeah.
Just to clarify, or just to be clear, this is just for that facility, these increases. So we'll still be subjected to the COLA increases or whatever rate increases along the way as well.
Yeah,
So it could be more than this.
Oh, it will be more than this,
Yes.
absolutely. This is just to the facility or not facility.
Okay.
So apartments, these that I listed here are actual Creswell businesses. So I didn't put the names on there,
Oh, great.
but I did pull their service levels and I did the math, and this is using actual service levels of actual Creswell businesses. So school district, over $500 more a month. Mobile home park, 446. Apartments, 253. Convenience store, 164. So these are larger businesses in town as well, right? But these are sort of some of the larger stuff in town. This is what they're going to see, I believe.
And if you look, these are hitting the most vulnerable people the most. Our mobile home park is our affordable housing, and of course, our school district is the children.
Not to mention taxpayer funded. So those fees would be paid for by us.
Correct.
So that's the rates. I'm happy to talk about that more. I also presented, in the back here, and you guys got it, was my public comment letter to Lane County along with a bunch of other rates. And these are other examples throughout the area as well as other rates throughout the area.
That's on this one here.
That's on this one here, yeah.
That was it.
I can give you my
That
copy.
was, that was separate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
That
that.
one? Okay, thanks.
All right, so potential risks, this is my opinion of a potential risk, but I think they're probably reasonable. Cost increase above what is presented. So you saw the rate adjustments that would need to happen. I think it's likely, or potentially likely, that the cost will actually go higher than that. Right now, we're looking at a 30% design bill. That's the information that we have. And it's being presented, the RFP that Bulk Handling Systems presented was at 225,000 tons guaranteed. The county, I believe more realistically, is probably going to ask for around 160, 150,000 tons guaranteed. So that will then feed that facility less material with the same overhead, and they would have to increase their cost. I believe that will come through in the negotiation of the contract language, and we'll see an update potentially on that. Potential underperformance of a facility. It's a very intricate facility. It can underperform on what it says it's going to do. So that's always a risk for a large, very complicated facility like this. Oversaturation of recycling processing capacity. I concluded a letter in the very back from Garden Services. So I talked to a lot of people in the industry, and Garden Services is one of them. We send a lot of our recycling there. They are a nonprofit that hires mentally disabled adults, and they process a lot of our recycling. You can see, you can read the letter here. The COO of Garden's concerns that such a new, that already, essentially the bottom line is already in the state, there's all these facilities and there's not enough material right now to feed them. And here comes another large facility that will further dilute that feeding of the system now. So there's concerns with the other processors, and that's Garden's letter that you can read, and I'm happy to talk about that more. Potential flow control, limiting options. So the county has been clear and repeatedly clear that they are not interested in trying to fight or implement or legally try to implement control of where a city or a hauler needs to take their garbage. But the feasibility study, in my understanding, that sort of gave the stamp of approval on going ahead with this RFP said that you are required, you should have it. Basically, this large facility is going to need a lot of tons always going into it. And the rates go up very high to take waste there. And haulers and cities might look for other opportunities to take waste elsewhere, because there are other opportunities. And all of a sudden, that facility is not getting enough waste into it. And then it becomes a situation where it's top heavy and it needs that material. The county is on the hook for a certain amount of tons. The county will go to the city. And there could be a situation where, far down the road, the county, there's a legal battle. And I don't believe the county has any intention of wanting to do that. They've stated they don't want to have any contentious sort of legal oversight over what cities and haulers do with their waste. But I think that there's a risk that going down this path inadvertently puts them in that position, and puts us all in that position to have some future contention with legal determination over where garbage has to go. But again, they've been clear that they're not trying to implement that at all, and they don't want that. But I'm just seeing the path, and I'm seeing the feasibility study, and I know that what the facility requires. And so that's, to me, is a risk. Yeah.
totally, maybe this is off what you're talking about, but has anybody looked at the cost of doing a bond issue right now with the high interest rates versus how much they say they're going to save from the tax grants that the offsetting tax grants that they're saying? Has anybody compared these two? Because when you go for a bond, you're paying more than what the project is, because you're paying interest. And interest right now is very high.
I don't know anything about that part of it. I just don't. I looked into the garbage piece, but the bond piece, there's smarter people than me that understand that. So that's, yeah. Flow control, it would also, we believe, we as a hauler want to be able to have an option to take the waste wherever we want, we feel like is the best option to save our cities the most money and our customers the most money. There are also other options available that could come up in technology that could be beneficial for us that we're unforeseen later. If you lock it in, you're stuck with that type of machine, and you're stuck with that rate, and there's no other option. So I'm happy to talk about that more, but I wanted to bring that up. Limited county staff bandwidth potentially causing delay on other high priority projects. So this sort of gets down to the meat of my stance on it, I guess Sanapac's stance on it, is that we believe that there are other priorities that should take focus right now for the county solid waste, and they are important. So that's the next page. I don't know, if for sure if such a project like this will necessarily push these other priorities down the road. I just know when you're working with the bandwidth of staff and you can only raise the rates so much, these are also large priority issues that they have stated are very important. Moving, renovating the Glenwood transfer site is going to cost $50 million. That has been presented as an immediate need originally. Maybe about a year ago. Construction for the Cottage Grove transfer site's $11 million, and installation of a leachate pipeline from the landfill, $25 million. That is what I believe is the number one priority for Lane County Solid Waste, is the leachate pipeline. So the landfill gets rained on, and that goes all the way through the landfill, and you end up with this garbage juice. It's called leachate, and it's very bad for the environment. There is no pipeline now, so now they have to truck it in tanker trucks to the Glenwood transfer site where there's a pipeline where they can put it in. It's 10 to 12 truckloads a day of that. It's 25 million gallons a year. It's a substantial amount of leachate that Lane County is driving down the road in tanker trucks. If that were to spill, that's a big risk. And also, there's also a potential benefit to the area, including Creswell and Goshen, for prioritizing the leachate pipeline for other matters that maybe Michelle might want to talk about.
Yeah, if I could just do an aside, I believe that this leachate pipeline is what we're looking at plugging into for our effluent. So if this were to be delayed, our ability to get out from underneath the wastewater treatment plant might be delayed as well. So that's something that I'm very concerned about. We'll be keeping my eye on and ask Cliff and his folks to do as well.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that it will be delayed. I believe that should be put out front, that you should prioritize that first, in my opinion. Okay, so again, our stance is that there are other priorities, and there are also existing alternatives using existing infrastructure that do not cost the ratepayers more money to increase diversion. For example, the RMA, which we've already talked about, will be a large influx of energy, effort, and money into increasing recycling in the state. International paper, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
And isn't the metro area and everybody like that looking forward to the RMA implementation to actually realize their goals?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's kind of good enough for the rest of the state.
It's a big deal. It's a
Yeah,
really
it
big
is.
deal. It's the biggest, it's a really
It's a game
landmark
changer.
legislation. It's the biggest change that I've seen in my career, for sure. And there are a lot of details to be ironed out, and there will certainly be a benefit to the communities and recycling with it. So there's that. There's things like curbside composting, which, we do now, and you can encourage more people to put their food debris into their yard debris. It goes to places like Rexius and Lane Forest, which already exist and are great local, long-time businesses in the area to process this. This facility down here is the Junction City biomethane plant I mentioned. The facility off to your right is Juneau. That is a waste processing facility in Toledo, Oregon, which is also a very interesting facility. You dump garbage into it, and it diverts up to 55% of the waste.
Is this the old mill in Toledo?
It's part of it. So they built this, Georgia Pacific owns that mill. They have this new technology called Juneau, and Sanapac has a relationship with them to send a certain amount of tons there. And we can get it there and send it there for essentially the same price that we're sending it to Short Mountain. And so you have here an example of a new technology that is essentially a net zero cost addition to the ratepayer, which accomplishes a lot of recycling as part of it. EcoSort is our facility. That's a picture of that. We would still like to enhance that if possible. I think that would do a lot of good in the community to get us there. And then I mentioned Garten International Paper. They could potentially use that RMA funding to increase what they're doing at their facilities that already exist and already process the recycling. So that's kind of, the letter here kind of outlines a lot more, or basically what I kind of already told you all. As to our input, I have letters here from Cottage Grove Sanitation to Wayne County as well, voicing their concerns and opposition to the facility. At public comment, the other haulers in Eugene all spoke out against the facility. We've had a work session since then as well, and voiced opposition. So that's where we're at on it. I know it's a lot of information to chew. Yeah, go ahead.
Were there any haulers that were for it?
I don't know any haulers that are for it. Yeah.
So, was there a meeting recently with Dan Hurley and with all the haulers where you tried to match the numbers and make sure there was
Yeah,
agreement?
so we had a stakeholder meeting, they call it, and all the haulers were there. And I went through, I sort of raised my hand and did a lot of the talking. I said, you can put this up on the screen. This is public now. But here's how I got there, and I explained it to everyone. And everyone seemed to be on the same page with my numbers. My numbers are actually, I believe, more conservative than what I've seen others present. I tried to err on the side of being conservative, and I'm happy to adjust them if they're wrong. I've since had a meeting with Lane County where I've done the same thing again. I've said, "Are you okay? Did I explain this clearly? Are we all on the same page?" They asked me to come back with 2 additional columns to this, and basically saying, okay, what is the percentage of the total bill that this is going to cause as an increase for customers? The commissioners want to know all the way up the spectrum of customers, from your lowest, small can to large industrial. What is the impact all the way up the spectrum? So I have that data that I'm going to be providing them that shows them that essentially the lowest percentage impact is the small 35 gallon. That's about 10% to 11%. Once you get up to the very large generators, it becomes a very higher, substantial percentage of their total bill, exceeding 30% in most cases for those.
So how will that compare, how will that affect our region's economic development compared to other areas that are using the benefits of the laws that have gone through? If we want to develop, if somebody came and wanted to develop Bald Knob, they're a large commercial. Would this inhibit them?
If we were taking the garbage to this and it was, costs a lot more, I don't know that it would inhibit them. It's just an additional cost, right? So I don't know. It said that they would create 65 jobs that are good jobs, technology-based jobs. There are other jobs that we believe will be impacted that maybe are not being seen. So International Paper currently has a processing facility. If they have to let go of their people, Garden Services, which I mentioned, if they have to let go of their people, there's other impacts to if I'm a business and all of a sudden my garbage bill goes up $4,000 a month, ultimately, how many jobs in that is that going to cost? I did mention there's a large nonprofit in here where, and this is actually, that was one thing that they corrected me on. The large nonprofit that I referenced here, they get an additional discount at the landfill. And so I've refactored that in, and I believe the impact of them will be about $6,500 a month more in garbage bills. And so to that point, I would say, how many jobs is that? You know, so I believe there will be a widespread impact, and what is the net jobs, it's probably hard to determine. But there will likely be a net impact. Yep.
Wasn't the new legislation designed also to use market forces to reward recycling, where this just sort of skips over all of that work and puts something in place that's outside the market?
That's an argument against mixed waste processing facilities, I think in general, is that it might create an atmosphere where people feel like they can throw whatever they want into the garbage because it'll get sorted out anyway. And is that the right step forward? I've heard that argument before, so maybe that's what you're.
I guess my question is, will a subsidized plant that's subsidized by government
Yeah.
be outside of the market forces that the state is trying to create for its other recyclables?
I encourage Lane County to talk to other processors in the state to see how they feel about it. Garton was one that spoke up first. There's others that I've talked to one-on-one that have real concerns about, is there an advantage to this publicly funded facility against their privately funded recycling facilities? Again, Lane County has stated that that's not part of their contract, so maybe it isn't publicly funded, but I just don't understand that, how that all plays into part of the facility yet. So I can't really speak to it.
There's just a really long tradition of it being being a private system. I mean, all over the United States.
Yeah.
And I don't know, this just seems
Yeah.
risky to me. And that's interesting from a public point of view, because public money is, I mean, they just go and sell a bond, right? But it just seems risky to me in the long run that when there's been so much infrastructure and structure put in to make a different system work with the markets and with the private haulers and with all of the innovative things that we've seen that come out of that system. I just feel this is a risky thing to do. I think it will upset the balance.
I believe that is the opinion of the processors, We own a processing facility too in Vancouver. It's, so we have a vested interest as well. We own a landfill in Southern Oregon that could potentially be a competitor to this landfill. So I'm trying to present it as transparent and specific as possible as I can and show you out everything is the way I understand it. I believe personally that it is a risk and there are other options that should be prioritized.
I know that I heard in the testimony of staff in front of the commission that they said something to the effect that Santa Pac is a large organization and, is nationwide, and that you would have a vested interest in presenting information from the point of view of your company and not necessarily of the region. So, I just want that out on the table.
Yeah,
That's one of the things staff is saying.
The Public Works Director said that, and then I spoke to him privately afterwards and said, I believe that there were some misconceptions and even misinformation that was provided. There were a couple of things that I brought up. One was that he mentioned that we would want to push down this facility in order to get the material to our Vancouver facility, and we have not sent material to the Vancouver facility in over 5 years. It makes more sense for us to send it to IP or Garden or Pioneer or somewhere else. Also, the Vancouver facility had their own requirements to contract with the city of Vancouver, so they couldn't take more volume. So that, to me, is an incorrect statement. The other incorrect statement was holding up a tub and saying that the reason this isn't in the recycling is because it is bulky and Sanapac doesn't want to haul it. And I've never heard that before in my life. That it was not recyclable, and it was widespread because the market does not want that number 5 plastic in the commingle. If it can go back in, and if processors want it, then we would be happy to put it back in. Now, what will happen as part of RMA is there will be a statewide list. So regardless if this facility is built or not, what you can put in your can will be the same, because the state will mandate what you can put in your can, and it mandates that all the processors take it all.
Yeah, it'll be standardized.
Yeah.
Everyone, right now, Eugene can recycle different things than Creswell. And we run into that here at City Hall because some of our folks work in Eugene and they throw things in the recyclable that we don't recycle here in Creswell. Well, the state law standardizes what can be recycled.
Yeah.
So everybody can recycle the same things.
Yeah, that part, what you put in your can won't change if this facility is built or not. And then just to cap that off, that conversation that I had, I've known the Public Works Director for a long time. I would probably call him a friend. I believe that he has the best interest in the county and everybody involved. He took my information and was like, well, thank you for telling me that. I didn't have that information. And so he was responsive to our feedback on that. So I just wanted to say that.
So I want to go around and give all the councilors an opportunity either to ask any questions or make any comments.
Yep.
So we're going to start with Aaron, then we'll go to Shelley, then we'll just continue on. Aaron? Aaron. Alonzo. Aaron Alonzo.
Well, I was curious, did you get a response from Commissioner Buck?
I didn't, that was sent from Cottage Grove to Commissioner Buck.
Oh, okay,
So,
okay.
yeah. And I don't know if they have.
Well, it's a lot of information, and it doesn't sound like good information for you guys and for Creswell, for surrounding areas. What can we do? What else can we do to further convince the county not to move forward?
Well,
Well, just something to keep in mind, the weight of power is equal to the weight of trash. So the larger cities with more trash are going to have more influence than little cities with little waste streams. And the question is, will enough little cities with little waste streams be able to convince the county that their waste streams matter? Or will they just take Eugene and Springfield and say, we're getting enough off of them, sorry, the rest of you, we're not gonna listen to you anyway. So, I don't know about that.
I mean, there's the public process, you can definitely look into it and reach out to staff, commissioners. I found them to be responsive. Creswell is a small percentage of the waste. It's like, there's 300,000 tons of waste that go into landfill every year. Creswell is like 2,500 tons. So it is a small percentage of the waste. That being said, it's important, and I think that they would be responsive.
Well, from what I understand is it sounds like they're going to need every speck of waste that they can possibly get their hands
So
on
what
to make this project work.
Well, what I recently asked that is, what do you actually need to Lane County? And their latest number is, I believe, 160,000 tons have to go through the facility. 140,000 tons will go to the landfill directly anyway. That appears to be the makeup that they're looking for in the contract. So theoretically, they wouldn't need Creswell's waste. I mentioned before, we own another landfill. And they're not trying to require cities to flow control. And so we could potentially work together to have an alternative option. Creswell could. But I would research it for yourselves. I'm just one side of it, and voice your opinions. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Shelley. Shelley still there with us?
I am.
Okay, Shelley.
And so I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I think that that's going to be really helpful for me as I kind of digest all of this information and the numbers. And so I just want to say thank you so much for your transparency. And I think asking and answering proactively probably the questions that I would have about, so tell me about how much this is gonna cost, right? And what's that gonna be, that impact? And so I really appreciate that proactive work, and I'm looking forward to getting that information in front of me. I guess one of my questions is, what happens if we decide, no, we don't wanna do this, right? I mean, do we have any agency within our community to say no? Or do we have agency to say, yes, we want to do this, even if other communities say, like, no, we don't want to?
So it'll come down to the county commissioners to vote on it. There's 6 of them.
I think there's only 5.
There's only 5?
5 county commissioners.
Okay. Yeah, that's right, there's 5 of them.
5.
So they have operation over the landfill. It's their decision whether to move forward with this or not. That does not mean that Creswell has to take its garbage there, but it would mean that if we do take your garbage there, you pay that rate. So if Creswell wanted to oppose, I would say, speak your opinions on it now before the vote. Once the votes happen, it's their, that's the rate that they would charge, but that's not necessarily what Creswell has to do with the garbage.
And can you remind me again, when is the vote? Like, when is that happening?
I believe it's November 27th.
Okay, so you would encourage us to do a little bit of research, really digest that packet, and then reach out to our county commissioners and/or show up to a meeting.
I think it's in the public process at this point. I don't know as a city if you guys have ever communicated in a different way, but maybe Michelle might have that.
I think it might be worthwhile if you know anyone in Eugene and Springfield to have a chat with them. Share your thoughts on this facility and the process.
Anything more, Shelley?
I think I'm good for right now.
Okay, Stacy.
You're saying that we are only like 3% or something of the, so if they were to do this facility, would locations like us that don't produce as much be charged less, or would it all be a blanket?
It's a flat rate.
It is a flat rate. And then my other question would be,
Sorry.
if
Actually, I heard that there would be a reduced rate for larger producers than the small producers.
oh, of course.
I think
That's what I heard on that.
I think it might be I don't know, but potentially that in order to attract waste from outside of the county, they would have to offer a reduced rate. So potentially a reduced rate for outside of the county customers and the flat rate for inside the county customers regardless. That's my understanding. So,
And if we opted not to send our garbage there, we would still be paying the bill, correct?
you don't have to pay them, you would be
But
paying.
we'd be paying it in the taxpayer-funded
No.
portion of that
it would-
facility, no?
Well, okay, so there's the bond of 35 million, and that's just whoever,
It's a revenue bond, it's
Yeah.
not a property
Yeah.
tax bond.
Okay.
So it doesn't go to the public.
Okay.
They automatically can pass it because they have the revenue to pay it. And the revenue is generated by the tipping fee.
Okay.
so you would potentially pay the tipping fee of an alternative location versus this location. That's how it would impact.
So if they built the location, Lane County did, who's funding that
The
location?
people that take their garbage there.
Oh, okay, so the concept, okay. So we could opt not to do that, but it could potentially cost us more.
It could potentially, I believe that there are options to maintain a consistent level of cost.
Oh,
So,
that's great. Also, I really appreciate this. This is an excellent overview. Yeah, simplifies it a lot.
Norma?
So if we choose not to be interested in this, would we just be using the same facilities we're using now?
I mean, so I guess another thing that could happen is that the Lane County funds their education and outreach, and they also fund the transfer sites through what's called the system benefit fee. which is a large portion of that $91 a ton. So when I take a ton to the landfill, it's $91. I believe around $50 of that, I might be wrong, but I think that's close, it doesn't pay for anything other, $40 pays for the landfill costs, $50 pays for system benefit fee costs, which is them doing education and outreach and running the transfer sites. So potentially, Lane County could say, Creswell Garbage is not paying the system benefit fee, and so you don't get whatever benefits the county would provide as part of that benefit fee to Creswell. And so that's a potential thing. I don't know how that would impact the transfer site at all or not.
It's difficult to know whether the people who are part of the system now, who are providing recycling opportunities, how this will impact them in the long run. So to say that it will be the same, if we don't go there, we can use the same ones. We don't really know because we don't know what the impact's going to be on them when the majority of waste has to go to this larger.
Yeah.
It hits markets as well.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was my concern. If we have things in place right now to take care of that, what's the benefit to us to change that? Where a higher percentage of the recycles get recycled? Recyclables be recycled?
Yes, they will. More recycling will be, well, I actually don't know. That's a good, theoretically, more of the recycling will get pulled out with this facility. So
But it will with the law.
it also will increase with the law, almost certainly.
Yeah, the law is trying to get there using a different methodology, which is kind of more of a market methodology rather than a build a huge plant methodology.
Norm, do you have any other questions, comments?
Doesn't seem to me, it doesn't seem to me a good idea, but I'll have to read a little more into it.
And I'm happy
do a
to
little
answer more
research.
questions, and always happy to be here and talk more with you guys. I feel like the audience is shifting, like they're tired of hearing about garbage, but.
Yeah, I want to wrap it up pretty quick.
Okay.
I just really, this is a quick one, I
I
promise.
love this stuff.
I just would like to know if this wonderful thing that you put together for us is anywhere public where I could share it out publicly.
You can share this. This is, yeah, I would.
Okay.
Yeah, this is, once I do a presentation and give it to you guys, it's a public document at that point. So,
Okay,
yeah.
I would like to share this with people, so, thank you.
So kind of tying in with what you're saying, when I first heard about this, I had some immediate contact with Heather Buck, our commissioner. She encouraged me to go, she said, I encourage you and your board to review the commissioner's agenda item material. So the county commission at their September 26th meeting, they received a presentation from Dan Hurley. They had a pretty robust discussion. It was about an hour long, and I watched the whole thing. And I took notes, and I want to give you just a few notes in just a moment. She also gave me the link to the agenda, the presentation by Dan Hurley. So I got that and I read it. Today I got an email, and then I responded back to Heather and said what I would really be interested in would be a meeting that involved the mayors, the city managers, because as you can tell, Michelle knows a lot about this, and our haulers with the county. And so I got a response back today from Dan Hurley with a doodle poll to set up a meeting with the West Lane County, Heather Buck City. She represents Creswell, Cottage Grove, Lowell, Oak Ridge, and West Fir, and Coburg. So it was a doodle poll for us to see if we could arrange for a meeting. Michelle and I have already responded with the best date for us, which happened to be next week, Thursday.
I haven't been able to respond. I wasn't invited.
I sent a link to you, but I also responded to Dan and said, why did our city manager get left off this when all the other city managers were on? But I forwarded it to you, but I don't know if you can get onto the doodle poll for my forward.
I can't.
I have not
Okay.
seen that. I don't know if the haulers are,
Well, so I responded back and asked that question. I said, why was city manager Amber not on the email, and are the haulers invited? I haven't heard back. So I have this electronically in the email that came today from Dan Hurley, and then at the September 26th presentation to the county commissioners, this was the slide presentation that was given. In the email I got from Dan today, there was this that was not dated and has to be old because the numbers say $100 million for the facility, now it's 135. So this has got to be old. Also included in the email packet today was from a climate consultant's good company dated September 20, which was a report from them on Lane County enlisted parametrics to conduct a facility construction and operations greenhouse gas analysis to capture climate impacts and benefits from construction through its anticipated 25-year lifespan. So I'm wondering whether, because I emailed all this to Michelle, whether it would be good to forward all these attachments to the council so that you can have access to all the information that I have from the county. Slideshow, presentation, the other two documents. Would you all like to get that information from the county?
Does it make your job hard? Yes, please.
So, then the last thing I want to throw in was, I listened to the report by Dan Hurley and the commissioner's interaction. I found it quite interesting. There's 5 commissioners. 2 of the commissioners, Commissioner Buck, and I don't remember the other commissioner's name, the other female. I don't remember her name. I think she represents Eugene. I think she took Sorensen.
She does.
Okay, don't remember her name. They didn't have a lot of comments. They had some, but here's what I wrote down, the other comments. Commissioner Lovell, who represents Springfield, had concerns about a dispute between BHS Bulk Handling Systems and Marion County. And he asked whether Dan Hurley knew what this dispute was about, and Dan Hurley said he did not. Commissioner Lovell expressed concerns about the rate increase to St. Vincent's, which he said was $8,000 more per year, and I think you've said the numbers are a little bit lower than that.
Well, I just said it was a nonprofit.
Okay.
I didn't mention it to anybody, so.
Commissioner Lovell mentioned St. Vincent at $8,000 per year. Also, the rent increase to restaurants, public schools. Then he said, we need to get our priorities in order, followed by his listing of the top 4 priorities, and he put the proposed facility on the bottom of the list of the 4. I think the leachate was the top of the list for him. Commissioner Senega, who represents West Lane County, said the Lane County is already an A in recycling. Now we want to go to an A+, and $35 million is a lot of money to spend for this. Then he voiced concern, saying, the numbers I've been seeing are completely different than what I've heard today. Commissioner Farr said, we have hoped for grants to pay for this, but they are pretty speculative. What if we can't get them? Let's have more certainty about these grants next time. And then he said, everything looks good, except I have not justified the cost of $35 million to the people who will be paying for this. Dan Hurley made a statement at the end that he did not think the haulers would support this, followed by Commissioner Farr's question, well, can we get the haulers to agree that the data you are giving us is the same data that the haulers are giving us? And I think that's what led to the meeting maybe last week.
Yeah, it was maybe a couple weeks ago. And then I've had a meeting with Lane County since then to also go over the numbers, and that's when they requested the other 2 columns. In both of those meetings, I presented how I got to my information, and the feedback I've gotten is that we're all in agreement that these numbers are close to what is likely to happen. So as far as I know, our numbers are accurate and probably conservative in my opinion.
So my last statement would be what I found listening to this, and I relayed this to Commissioner Buck when I got back to her, was that I felt like 3 of the county commissioners had some really tough questions, and they wanted answers for them. Which is why I asked whether we could get a meeting together. So it sounds like hopefully we're going to have a meeting in the next couple of weeks of mayors, city managers. I don't know whether the haulers will be invited or not, but it'll be at least a chance to sit down with our commissioner and Dan and talk some more about this. So that's So Michelle will pass on the information I have to all of you, and then I don't really know next steps other than that we can keep you updated if we have a meeting. Michelle?
Just as a final thing to say, I think that the staff at the county did a great job at what they were tasked to do, and that was to build an IMERF. And I think they did a great job. They went out, they did the RFP, they did their due diligence, they got the engineering. They have put together, I think, a really nice IMERF, and one we can all be proud of. The question is, do we need an IMERF?
So that's where I think we can all be encouraged to send emails. I would suggest not only to Commissioner Buck, but if you send an email, send it to the whole Board of Commissioners.
Oh, I will, as a citizen.
Yeah. And you can send one to the city council too, representing yourself as a city councilor. You've heard a report, you've interacted. Okay,
I would love to be a part of that meeting as a hauler and a person in the industry for many years. I feel like it would be far more productive if you had the haulers involved, so.
Alonzo, I think you were gonna say
I
something.
just had a thought of maybe we could draft our own letter as a council and send it.
Same thing.
Send it. For whatever it's worth. Have all the council sign it, send it on its way.
I see a big shot.
I like that idea too. I know that means more work for
do we
Michelle,
want to,
but-
do we want to put together a letter like that prior to having a sit-down meeting with Dan and Heather? Would be my question. Michelle?
That's a good question, and I can't answer that for you. But if you wanted, I could take a stab at writing the letter tomorrow and get it out, get a draft out, just so you could see what it might look like and, run it by Aaron and.
How would we give approval to it? I mean, we're going to meet November 13, and they're not going to make this decision till November 26th or something like that. So get it out to all of us, and I guess I would ask the council then, if Michelle puts a draft out to us, would you want to look at it at the November 13 council meeting, edit it, and then decide as a council that we want to send it?
Yes.
Yes? Shelley? Okay, so, yes, Michelle?
So in the letter, I need to know what you wanted to say. I'm assuming, I would like to touch on the market issues. I would like to touch on the engagement issues, and I would like to touch on the priorities. Is there anything else?
The impact financially.
Of course,
To our
The rate,
people.
the rate, the
yeah.
rate
Yeah,
incre-
yeah.
the rate increases.
Pretty much everything that
Well-
you've spoken about, that you're concerned about, covers most of it, I would think, and the rate
Yes, the
increases.
impact to the low-income people here in Creswell,
Yeah,
which would be huge, on top of all our,
and the schools,
yeah.
and the trailer park, to your point earlier. Sure.
With apartments and trailer parks, rents are already high. If they face this increase, they're gonna increase the rents and make it even more people not able to afford.
We're already having a mass exodus
Right.
in Oregon because of cost of living, so.
And yes, the prioritization and utilizing of the systems that are already in place. What was the name, what was the acronym for the one?
Of the RMA.
Yes, the RMA.
And investing in the
Yes.
businesses that have already been in operation.
Sure,
Right.
absolutely.
Well, I think you can also reference that from a city point of view, we're very interested in the leachate line,
Yes.
because that could perhaps have a huge benefit to us as a city, and that we believe that's a very high priority. Because that was one of the things that came up in the Board of Commissioners. There was discussion about what are the priorities, and at least two of them were not in agreement that this was the top priority.
And this may be a priority, but it may be a 15-year down the line priority. I mean, let's see what the new recycling laws produce before we, undercut them.
That's
undermine
another
them.
thing. Didn't you say that they're talking about doing this, but we don't even know if it's funded yet?
The recycling, sort of reimbursement funding from those groups is not determined yet. there's an estimate, that portion of the building and what the funding they will get from it has not been determined yet. Exactly. So,
Yeah, it seems kind of silly to vote on something when you don't have all the pieces in place.
Right, I'd like to know what the rules are gonna be before we do this. It's gonna cost so much more money.
So Michelle, take your best stab at it. And since we're not gonna be doing anything on this for 2 weeks, I don't know that we need to get it rapidly from you.
I need to get it out rapidly.
Okay. I didn't want you to feel like you had to do it rapidly, because we're not gonna discuss this as council for 2 weeks. 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Okay? So I think that wraps it up.
Thank you, Aaron.
We're going to take a quick break because we've been sitting for a long time. Then we will come back and wrap up.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
So what all about, when I started in reading this, I realized it was mammoth. And they were hoping we could do the whole discussion tonight and vote on it in 3 weeks.
Well, that is a lot of information about wetlands.
Yep.
What we need to know is the gist of it, say key conclusions. And I like the key conclusions. Quite frankly, this was enough, this is all I needed to know. This is all I needed to know. And we're accomplishing the goal that it mentions, you know.
So I called Michelle and I said, I don't know how long all the rest of it's going to go, but I said, this could easily be 2 hours. And then this could be easily another hour, a long meeting. And whether every counselor read that whole thing thoroughly today and understands it.
That sounds like a Michelle Curtis question.
Does this have to happen right now? She said, no.
Good.
Oftentimes this takes 3 or 4 months for a council fair. I said, okay, then let's just have a quick introduction from Curtis tonight. Let's put this on the November. Let's have Michelle and Curtis figure out how to break this up into some manageable chunks. And let's tackle it in November. We're not having a work session in December. Let's go back to it in January. Let's see if we can pass it in February, or even in March. She said that timeline is fine. So that's what we're
That
gonna
makes a lot of, yes, I honestly, I skimmed through it, I saw what I needed. I said, I don't need to know all that, but yeah, the conclusion, there was a couple
I
other
didn't
things.
even do that.
There was a couple other things that I thought, this is.
I might have done. I read Exhibit A and realized I still had another 100 pages to go. And that's when I called
Scrolling
Michelle
and-
and said, okay.
I kept scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and said, okay, come
So
on.
that's what we'll do.
Okay, sounds good.
I don't know if I know all of you. Dave?
Oh, so you don't, sorry. Oh, you're filming.
Josh and,
Jessica.
do I know you?
I've been in here once.
Do you work at Amber Valley?
I do. That's right.
That's where I see you. I kept looking back.
out there.
So I probably see you down there too.
I don't know. Oh, okay, yep, that's where we're
Josh
on now.
and
Jessica.
Jessica.
Hi, Ashley.
Ashley.
I worked with your wife.
Oh, my freshman year.
You've got this.
First grade.
Yes, tell her that.
There we go.
Are you all Creswell?
Yes.
You're interested
They
in
don't have to.
and you've been up with a lot of stuff.
A lot.
This
I know.
next item here is about 100 pages.
Nobody wanted it.
And so I thought we'd
Make sure your mic is on.
So I was doing.
A lot of good luck, best wishes, just trying to.
Break a leg. Break a leg, and if you need help, I'll. Friends like us, you know.
My last impersonation was a lot.
I didn't think it'd be as long.
I didn't know traffic was so hard.
But with all the.
I mean, I thought what I did at home was a lot.
Well, I'm very excited.
I'd like to suggest vote on all of them, whoever applies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the way it should be. And I believe the charter is clear in the way it's written.
It is, but it isn't. It's up for interpretation. It's way too vague.
And we need to fix it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we don't have time to do it before.
I know.
Yeah, so we
I'm
gotta.
aware.
So we just gotta work with what, and we'll get there.
Yeah.
We just gotta work with what we got.
There's a reason that we have elections.
And I think every time I've seen it happen, it's a little bit different.
Because of the vagueness.
Yes,
That
yeah.
has to be corrected. Next, when we, I guess the beginning of the year, we'll do that, right?
I haven't, we'd like to do it in December to get,
I'm saying, we have an opportunity to make amendments to the charter and like the council was, what, in January?
I don't think there's a specific, I think we could just kind of do that.
it?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think if, say, you sent an email saying you wanted to do that, then we could put it on an agenda, we could
Right.
talk about it, look at it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Just like, yeah, there's no time, certain time.
For some reason,
As far as I know,
for
as
some
far as I
reason, I
know.
thought council rules got adopted for the year, like every year.
No,
Oh, okay,
no.
okay.
What I was,
Still learning.
evidently, it's very loose confederation.
This is crazy.
I'm going to go all activist on this one.
Should.
Oh, I will,
Good,
yeah.
Yeah, the city
That's why I asked if I could share it
council
publicly, because I haven't.
as a city council, we could send a memo, a message, but we could also, as individuals, also.
Oh, I'm totally blasting this on social media. Yeah, that's why I asked
I know.
a specific question.
I mean,
Yeah.
if it somehow
I
managed
have big
to
groups that follow.
cut the prices to everybody, that would all make sense, but to increase the prices.
Until a year and a half ago, I lived in Springfield, so I know a lot of people there. I mean, like my whole life, I lived in
Set up, administer.
or 2 years ago, I guess, it's been almost 2 years. Wait, that's 23? I've been here 2.5 years. Wow, time flies.
I moved here in, I believe it was 18, 19.
I was in
think it was
Creswell,
18.
I was in Creswell a lot before I moved here. But I didn't live here until 2.5 years ago.
Oh, okay, yeah, I just landed here. I kind of have to figure it out. The year after Harvey hit, Hurricane Harvey hit, is I landed here. Springtime of that year.
I could not tell you what year.
I know, I can't either.
You're the
I look it up every so often, go, oh, that's how long I've been
I got
here.
the AIP match.
I love being on the Park and Tree Advisory Committee.
Do you?
And we have an opening and 3 people interested in it.
Yeah?
Do the,
And we've been doing without somebody for a long time now, I don't know, close to a year, I think.
I can't wait to see who they are.
this is a new system, so I want to be able to turn it in by Friday.
Who's one?
I'm surprised.
There's a man named Bob, he has a lot of qualifications too. I don't know who the other person is. But I can see the people that I do know, either one of them are I mean, we can't lose.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Yeah. No, 3 people interested.
And one, okay.
But I think that 2 of them have been coming to the meetings and just participating. It's more casual than the city council meetings, so that if people come as visitors, they have a voice. Voice of concerns, they can talk about what interests them. It's just more casual. Maybe that's one of the reasons I like it is, because it is. This meeting cannot be casual. I mean, the city council meetings cannot be casual.
Most committee meetings shouldn't be casual, but I think that's up to the committee chair to determine that, so whatever works for.
Well, we have a procedure, but when, people who come into the meeting can have a voice.
Well, they have public comment time.
Right,
Yeah, yeah.
We ready?
Y'all come back. In process.
I didn't go and look at those, because I figured if I saw them, I might have to buy them, and then I don't know.
Well, if you just direct them my way, I've got this old building that I think they're living in right now anyway.
Let's see, Michelle's not over here next door.
She's right there.
Michelle, here's Michelle, okay. All right, I think we are all back and ready. Oh. All right, council is reconvening, and a wetland study report from Curtis.
All right, well, thank you, councilors, for giving me the chance to present the project. Planning staff, the Planning Commission, we've been working on this project for about 2 years. 2 years ago, we received a grant from the Department of Land Conservation and Development of $35,000 to review our barriers to housing. And we found 2 barriers to be present. One was the presence of wetlands, and the other one was availability of infrastructure. And of course, we all know that infrastructure is a whole other beast that we're trying to tackle, but wetlands was one of the 2 items. And so we looked at our residential parcels in Creswell, and there's about 10 vacant parcels, and about half of them have wetlands on them. And the reasons why parcels with wetlands haven't been able to be developed was because there's several processes that you have to go through. You have to go through the city's process, you have to go through the state process, which includes a removal fill permit with Department of State Lands. You have to go through water quality control with Department of Environmental Quality, and you also have to go through this other process, like a joint permit application with the Army Corps of Engineers. And so usually when a landowner says, hey, Curtis, I would like to build on this property, but there's a wetland, I say, well, you can, but there's a lot of things you have to do, and it's a long process. You have to pay for mitigation, and it's very expensive, and all things considered, as a staff member, I don't know if they're likely to be approved. And so that, not insecurity, that uncertainty prevents a lot of projects from moving forward. And so we hired a consultant, and we asked them to review the wetlands in Creswell. And so we want to make sure that the land in city limits is put to the highest and best use. And so we asked the consultant, hey, identify our most valuable wetlands. Which wetlands have important species, an interesting mix of plants and shrubs, which ones where if we were to fill, they would cause flooding and damage next door. We want to keep those wetlands. And then which are the wetlands that are like a low spot on a farm field that have kind of been artificially created and been sitting there for 8 or 9 years. The newer wetlands, the emergent wetlands is what they're called. And for those wetlands, we want to allow development opportunities. And so one of the premises of this project was that not all wetlands are created equal, even though all the wetlands in Creswell are given the same significant wetland type of protection. And in our development code, it's not technically a safe harbor, but it's basically a safe harbor. We say that you're not allowed to build in these wetlands without a hardship variance. And that's kind of where we're at. And so we thought that by hiring a consultant, we could do our own analyses of these wetlands and present them to our state and federal partners. We could kind of prime the pump and say, hey, look at all this legwork we've done. Can you please help our applicants go through the process more quickly? And we've kind of learned that there's the 3 processes, and they kind of talk to each other, kind of don't. There's some joint permits, some are not. It's a pain, and this extends beyond Creswell. Currently, Lynn, Lane, and Benton County are on a project together to continue to look at this wetland processes. And so basically, we had this technical advisory committee group that was assembled, and we had landowners, we had a member of DLCD, DSL, DEQ, Corps of Engineers, a couple of wetland groups, and we presented this project to them, and we said, hey, look at all the work we're doing. We've kind of figured out which wetlands are more valuable, which ones are less valuable. Will this help the process? And we'll even sweeten it a little bit more. We'll guarantee that we'll have medium density housing with some affordable units as well. And they basically said, great idea. You're fitting a square peg in a round hole. We have too many rules with our state and federal agencies. Sorry, we'd like to help, but we can't. Our hands are tied. And so anyways, it's called an ESEE, and so it's just called a wetland report for keeping it simple. And it did achieve some things. So one of the items that it recommended was it removes the hydric soils layer in our code. And so there's section 2.10, and it covers all waterways and wetlands. And in this overlay zone is the hydric soils layer. And so we're in the Willamette water basin. There are hydric soils everywhere. If you look at the hydric soils map, it covers roughly 25% of Creswell, and that is beyond what the state requires us to protect in terms of wetland protection. And so that's one layer that was removed. And it's a little unclear as to why that layer was first included in our code, but my guess, my professional guess, is that there's some materials from Department of State Land that recommend that you file a notice to DSL when you're filling a wetland, or if there's hydric soils present, and that's kind of the guideline. And I believe that the planner who was in my shoes 13 years ago took that language and just said hydric soils are included. But when you go further into the DSL rules, that notice requirement isn't found there. It's just in this like guideline book. So anyways, I had to go through a lot of iterations as to why hydric soil protection layer was included. If we're going to take it out, have to do our homework. And so a second part of this ESCE, of this wetlands report, is to use the local wetlands inventory as the basis for the wetlands overlay protection zone. That's a lot more typical for cities. And so in 2012, we have LWI that was approved by Department of State Lands, and it was presented to council, but it was never adopted by council. And so we have a official but not official document that we have been kind of working with over the last 10 years. And as a part of this wetland report ESCE approval, we have to officially adopt the LWI. This was something that, so Goal 5 relates to wetlands, and the DLCD Goal 5 specialist basically told me, yes, you have to do this. And so it seems strange to adopt a 10-year-old document, but it is a critical step. And then so, yeah, like I said, the ESCE protects the highest value wetlands, and then it allows development on the lower quality wetlands. And so one of the things that is really important to remember is that even if a wetland is determined to be low quality, yes, you can build on it per the city standards, you still have to go through those state and federal processes. So even if we say, go ahead, there's still a ton of protection on these wetlands. And then the contrary is true as well, where if we prescribe a wetland to be full protection, it's too valuable. If that land is zoned residential, you can still file for a hardship variance and build on it. And a hardship variance is a little vague. It might be a little case by case as to what would qualify for hardship variance, but in a loose explanation, if your neighbor, it's like you can build similar to what your neighbors are building. And that, yeah, I don't want to dive too deep into that, but all that being said, the category that is in this ESCE is not final. I mean, it's kind of final, but there's also workarounds, is what I'm trying to say. And so, based on that, we're also using this tool to inform our growth boundary expansion. And we're kind of assuming, or at least the report kind of assumes, that 50% of the low quality wetlands will be built on, and 100% of the full protection wetlands will not be built on. And so it's not a huge math equation, but it results in about 3 additional acres of buildable land. And all that's kind of a little bit down the road, but it's used to kind of be built in our findings for when we have a growth boundary expansion. And so other important elements of this is that our current code protects all wetlands with the hardship variance. And if you decide you build on a wetland, that's a type 3 procedure. And so a type 3 procedure, it's $1,000 at least. You send all your neighbors a notice, it goes to Planning Commission, and then there's an appeal period. And so in theory, if somebody were to build a subdivision that's within a wetland, every single house, it's called 10 houses, all 10 homes would have to go through Planning Commission. So I reduced the code standard from type 3 to whatever the procedure would be in the underlining zone. So, so if somebody were to build a house and have their removal fill permit on the wetland, it would be a type 1 procedure reviewable by the city manager. Also specified the notice requirements. So DSL has the noticing requirements that I touched on earlier. And you have to notice if you're within an overlay, so if you're within the mapped wetland, and if you're within 5 feet of the wetland as it's mapped on the LWI, you have to have a delineation, and that's because 5 meters, and that's because the LWY is more or less 5 meters accurate, plus or minus. And I had that code language reviewed by some staff at DLCD to make sure that it was aligned with state law, and got the thumbs up. And then also, there's another change to the stormwater facilities. In the stormwater code section, it said that if it's in hydric soils, it has to be sent to notice with DSL. Again, scrap that. Just if it's in a wetland, then we notice it to DSL. If it's in hydric soils, kind of standard game. And so the way planning works is complicated. Doesn't always have to be, but sometimes it can be. And in this instance, the ESEE, the wetlands analysis, is our Goal 5 report as it pertains to wetlands. Goal 5 is very big. There's 17 goals in land use planning, but this is Goal 5. And so the wetlands report informs our comprehensive plan, and that's kind of the backbone of all of our land use decisions. All of our development code is supposed to be supported by our comprehensive plan, and specifically this is Goal 5. And so the comprehensive plan has goals, objectives, and policies, and those policies are reflected in the development code. And that's what people see when they're building a house. So that's kind of the way the documents flow. The ESEE kind of informs both, and the comprehensive plan supports the development code. And so that's why you're receiving so many documents at once. And okay. And so the ESEE is not very straightforward. I don't know if you read through it, it's a little complicated. And that's a prescribed methodology that's by DLCD. There's 2 options with wetland protection. You can either protect them all, it's called a safe harbor approach, or you can provide this alternatives analysis and review each wetland and compare it to its conflicting uses, because there's an opportunity cost of protecting these wetlands. If a wetland is next to a major road where there's a water line, a sewer line, and a complete road, it's really expensive to protect that wetland. And so there's an analysis called a conflicting use analysis. And based on that analysis, you can give the wetland full protection, limited protection, or no protection. And in order to try to simplify the ESEE, we scrapped the limited protection. We said either it's fully protected or no protection. Because I asked the question, what does limited protected mean? And it got a little hazy, and it was easier to do all or nothing. And so you can kind of imagine, this report looked at only wetlands on residential properties. This can be very confusing when there's employment properties, public facility properties, and you're comparing it to transportation projects that are supposed to go into place, utility lines that are going through, maybe DFN is installing a fiber cable through a wetland. You can really make this equation complicated, and we tried to make it as complicated as it needed to be, but also have something that we could use and something that I could understand. And so one of the other outcomes of this project is to recommend a mitigation bank. And so right now, if you fill your wetland, you have to pay mitigation credits for the amount of acreage that you fill, and that money goes into a wetland somewhere else. So it's like a cap and trade system. And right now, that somewhere else is a wetland in Eugene, the Amazon prairie wetland. And so it's a tough pill to swallow. If you're a Creswell developer, you have to pay $90,000 per acre, and that money doesn't stay in your community. And so one of the goals of this plan is to kind of keep money in Creswell, and you'll see we identified a couple sites. Hard to know the likelihood of that actually coming to fruition, but I think one of the sites is at the outflow of the wastewater plant. Thought maybe if there's a wetland next to the wastewater plant, that could improve water quality. We know that's a concern. It might be an unlikely solution, but thought that it was important that it's there in case technology improves, science improves, and so that was maybe optimistic planning, but it's in there. And then so, excuse me. And so kind of simultaneous to all this, we've had a resident who's been going through the removal fill permit process himself. Steve Barrett lives on off Ruby Clare. And he's gone through 4 years of permitting. He's had to hire a wetlands consultant. He went through the removal fill process with DSL. He's had to hire this engineer to figure out his stormwater plan, because you can't just have stormwater go on the street like a regular house. You have to treat it like a wetland and have these impermeable things, these barriers, and it's so a 4-year process. And what was really interesting is I was presenting to our TAC committee with all the state and federal partners, and I said, here's an example of a case study as to why this is an issue. This has taken a long time. Residential is one thing. Imagine a business. Businesses like to move like that, but and they said, okay, what's the permit number? We'll look up this property. We'll see what's going on with it. I got an email later that afternoon. All the state and federal partners were CC'd, and it said, oh no, this permit was it was removed. It was taken out. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And I look it up, and it's the next door permit, the neighbor next door. And then I said, no, it was this guy. And then they said, well, we're looking at his Army Corps of Engineer project, and it looks like he withdrew from that as well. And so what it turns out is he was talking to one guy at the Corps of Engineers, and then he got a new job. And so there was a turnover effect there. And that's common, but when you have a 4-year process, the risk of turnover is really high. And so you get stuck in these processes. And so anyways, we're doing the CSEE. Mr. Barrett finishes his removal full process, almost a happy ending, but then he comes to me, and I conferred with our city attorney for a while, and we determined that the city code makes it so he can't build his home. And so that's one of the reasons why this project is important, just for Mr. Barrett himself. And so one of the questions has come up a few times of why do we as a city protect these wetlands at all? There's clearly other protections in the way that make it very difficult to people to build. And it's because it is state law to protect some of them. We can't give all wetlands no protection. In the meetings, it became apparent that some professionals were under the sense that all wetlands get approved for development at some point in time, and we were arguing back and forth multiple times. And like I said, this has escalated to a multi-county effort in Oregon, and it's a big issue. And so just a quick summary. Removing the hydric soils layers is a big one. A lot of development in Creswell has likely been out of compliance with that layer in there. Simplified some of the processes. Everything used to be reviewed as a type 3. With this code update, it'll be reviewed as a type 1, 2, or 3, kind of depending on the project itself. It establishes the goal of a mitigation bank, and the idea is just to keep money in the community. The mitigation bank in Eugene is a different water basin. It doesn't help us at all. Well, if you look really big picture, sure it does, but it doesn't help us at all. And then the last step is that it does inform our buildable lands inventory when we have the growth boundary expansion. It makes us less susceptible for appeal when that comes. And that's my summary.
Okay, so, conversation I had with Manager Amberg today. So as I look through the packet, we have Exhibit A, which is the findings of fact. Then we have Exhibit B, which is the ESCE analysis and report. Then we have Exhibit, I think it must be C, which is the wetland inventory report dated back to 2011. It was then revised in 2013 and never acted upon by the council. Then we have Exhibit D, which is the comp plan changes. Then we have Exhibit E, which is the development code changes.
Correct.
Then we have Exhibit F, which is the municipal code. So when I talked to Michelle on the phone today, I said, to be honest, I got through my whole packet today, and I started into this one, and I got overwhelmed really fast. And there's no way, I said, now maybe the whole council has read through the packet thoroughly and grasped it, which I have not. But if not, I don't think we're ready to take action on this, because it's quite extensive. I don't think we're ready to move forward in action on it till in 3 weeks. So Michelle and I talked and Michelle said there's not a rush on this. So I suggested that between Michelle and Curtis, that we kind of chunk this up, and at the November work session, return to it for maybe an hour at most, because we have our Alice training that night. That we take a chunk of it in November, see how far we get. If need be, we come back to it in January, because in December, we're not having a work session, and that we see if we can get it done, I mean, as soon as we can, but we need to be able as a council to really digest all this information and then come back with our questions and have a good, robust discussion and Q&A. And Michelle felt that if we got it done in February or March, that would work. Does that work with your timeline process?
Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna also just recommend that I could provide, it sounds like we're going to the next work session no matter what, and I think I could provide some copies of the meeting minutes that we had with the planning commission and just see what questions they asked as well.
That would be helpful?
And I don't know if it's helpful for me to keep providing all these materials or maybe provide an executive summary of the wetland document. I'm guessing that that's the one that is the head scratcher.
Well, I want to be able to read through
Okay.
the whole thing
All right.
and try to understand it all.
Okay.
I want to be able to really read through it.
I made a similar
Stacy.
comment when I came in earlier, that I just did not have time to digest all of that, and so I support what you're suggesting. But I also would want to ask, would we be able to, between now and then, pose questions to Curtis through the city manager, or just through Curtis directly if we had them?
They should go through Curtis, because I won't be here.
Okay.
Okay, well, I know the way we've done this with budgeting is when members of the budget committee pose questions to Jim, then Jim compiles at some point the questions and the responses and sends that to all of us, so that it's not just one counselor going back and forth. So maybe pose whatever questions you have prior to the November work session, which is 5 weeks out, and then as we get close to that work session, if you can either include in the packet or send out an email to all the counselors with questions that have been posed, answers. How does that sound, Michelle?
Yeah, normally I'd want to be CC'd on those, but I don't want to hold up the process either, so.
We can still CC you, right?
Yeah, you could.
Your inbox will get
I'm
full.
not gonna.
And the truth is, I'm not saying I'll have questions or even a lot of questions. I just want to know if the option's there.
I think that's a good way to go. Alonzo, what are you thinking?
Sure, yes, absolutely. We can certainly discuss this again. And I did find that as well, very overwhelming. There's a lot of information there through all those exhibits. But I took little pieces out of it that made sense to me. And really, too, is what I found very helpful, Curtis, was in the key conclusions, really wraps up and explains it very clearly, which you've touched on a lot. And I really, the best thing to take away from this was the establishing the mitigation bank, local mitigation bank, to try to keep those funds closer to Creswell. So, and I think what I did absorb, I thought was great. So, but we can certainly take more time to look at it more.
Shelley, have any thoughts?
I'm in concurrence with everything that's been shared so far. It was a lot of information, and it kind of felt like I was drinking from the fire hose a little bit. And so, I guess to be funny about wetlands, I think one other thing that I would be interested in knowing, and we don't have to have an answer on this tonight, is it sounded like this was presented in 2013 to the city council, and that no action was taken, or that there was a pause and it got lost. I'm not sure what happened, but I would be interested in knowing a little bit more about kind of what happened in 2013 and how did we lose track of this. It looks like Manager Amber has an answer.
Well, I wasn't here in 2013, that was before my time, but I can tell you that before my time, we had a contract planner, and it could be that reason alone. The person did not have the person was bright and was capable, but did not have enough hours to actually do the job. So it may have gone to a back burner and then not been picked up again.
Well, and I was the new mayor in 2013, and this is data that was revised in February, but there was a lot of turmoil in our community. In fact, we did not have a city manager until February of 2014, when we hired Michelle. We had 2 interims, and we were playing catch-up on a lot of projects that had not gone anywhere. So, Cliff, you were here way back then. Do you have any memory of this?
I do not.
And you certainly were not the planner. Yeah, we were contracting.
Yeah,
I don't have any memory of it, but of course I'm getting older, my memory's slipping, you know, but.
there wasn't a lot of oversight of that contract. In fact, when we took it in-house, we paid less to have a person here 8 hours a day, so 5 days a week. So, and we got more done. So it was a very expensive contract. It didn't cover enough hours, and nobody was really overseeing the contract when I came here. So, a lot of comp plan stuff fell through the cracks.
Yeah, we were playing catch-up for quite a while. So I don't know that we can give you an answer on that one. Anything else?
I would say, I think that was great. I would say one other recommendation that I might offer is, in the past, I think when there's something that is pretty complex, I think questions that are asked, there's usually a piece of a website that may be dedicated to kind of like a question and answer session, and that might also be really helpful for our community as they're kind of wading through kind of all of the information as it relates to the wetlands and changing code and all that sort of stuff as well. And would just be we would be a more transparent council in terms of the decisions that we're making. So that might be another recommendation that I would make.
That's good, very good. Norma?
I was a little overwhelmed reading it, though I did spend a couple days going through it. I don't know that I know enough to make a decision without breaking it up into more digestible bits. So I think that will be helpful to us if you can do that.
Well, it sounds like we have consensus that we want to put this on for November work session. Again, submit questions to Curtis. I think it's a good idea to CC Michelle so she sees what's happening. And then Curtis, you can spit something out to all of us prior to that November meeting, or maybe just include it in the packet. I don't know, what's your preference? Get it prior to the packet or have it in the packet, council? Stacy?
I prefer prior if we can get it. I have a really hard time with our turnarounds, especially when there's a lot of content.
Maybe a week before the November 27 work session, November 27 work session. Maybe a little bit prior to that, a week before or something.
Not as a hard deadline, just sort of a nice to have.
Right.
I'd say send me questions as they come up. This is complicated, and like on one hand, we're simply taking away restrictions off of a few wetlands, and we're editing the development code and changing some of the processes. But if you look at all the language in the report, it's like what is this limited protection program and this conflicting use? The chapters do start to sound pretty circuitous.
Well, you did a good job presenting and helping me at least to understand what the pieces are that are included here.
Yeah, so there's the wetlands report, the ESE document. I joke that there's nothing EC about it, the ESE.
That's funny.
It's not a very good joke, but as a part of that, we have to adopt the local wetlands inventory because it was only acknowledged. And then that informs our Goal 5 wetland-specific comprehensive plan goals, and then those trickle down into the development code. And so that's, yeah.
Okay. So that's how we will come back to it in November and submit questions in the meantime.
Thank you.
Keep working on it. Thank you. Okay, Michelle, draft work from home policy.
Yes, I put together a draft policy. I want to really thank Counselor Holt for her questions. They really helped me, I think, know how to improve the draft, so thank you. The work from home policy is intended to set parameters around a practice that we've already been doing since COVID. And it's not the intent to hire somebody full-time and have them work full-time from home. That's not where this is going. This is for temporary. It's a kind of a part-time thing for our employees, and it is not intended for anyone to work outside, really outside of an hour's drive from Creswell. So anyone employed by Creswell still has to live within an hour's drive because they have to be able to make it through work. So I don't know how you'd like to go through this. Do you want to go through the questions? Do you want to just start with the policy?
Well, my thinking is that we should let every counselor see if they have a question about it or comment, and then we decide if we want to put it on the agenda for November to act on. So let's just start with, we'll start now with Norman. Do you have questions for Michelle or comments that you want to make?
No, everything made sense. It was a lot of detail, but it made sense the way it was set up. I don't really have any questions.
All right, Stacy.
First of all, thank you so much for entertaining my million questions.
They were good.
Thank you. There were just questions that came to mind, and I didn't want to waste that one meeting asking them all. I knew that wouldn't be very popular. The only outstanding question I think I have, this is very good, very detailed, but the only outstanding question I think I have is, well, maybe two. One, will there be any situation where somebody might be on paid leave from Oregon and also getting paid for working? Is that legal?
Yeah, absolutely, it's legal. It's a policy question. I guess they could double dip if you want to. Paid leave isn't going to come down on you for that. That would not be our policy here. Paid leave, Oregon doesn't pay you your full salary. So I would like to be able to offer the person on paid leave, Oregon, the option to use some of their own time off to make up the difference, if they wanted to have the full salary. So that would be the only kind of, it's sort of a subsidy that we would offer.
I was reading that in many cases, paid leave Oregon does pay full salary. So what is that structure about? Can you just give me a brief overview?
I think it's closer to full if you're making minimum wage. But as you move away from minimum wage, there's more of a gap.
Of course. Okay, that makes sense. And then my only other question, and I have to get to it. There's a statement in here, it benefits the city because the experienced employee can continue to do their job on a reduced flexible schedule. I question that. Can they do their full 40-hour-a-week job on that seems impossible to me. And if it is possible, then why are we employing someone 40 hours a week to do that job?
Yeah, it wouldn't be a 40-hour-a-week job. It would be time where, say, they were working 5 hours and taking 5 hours off. So they might be taking paid Oregon leave for 5 hours and then work for the city for 3 hours.
But how does that, is their job not going to get done?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
How do you balance those? Yeah, that's my question. That's my only other question, honestly. How do you balance that? How do you justify having a full-time employee but saying this is going to help us by allowing them to work flex or part-time?
Yeah, well, what we would do is, we had a situation occur that was very tragic, and we tried to work with this employee in this way. And what happened was this employee was not able to honor the productivity portion, and so was eventually terminated. So that's how we would handle it. We would have clear expectations of what they were supposed to achieve, and and then hold them to those expectations. But they would have the flexibility to do it when it makes sense for them.
So I would argue that if this job can be done
Part-time.
then we should not be employing someone full-time to do it.
I think that's a fair criticism.
And so that's the only questions I have. I mean, this is excellent comparatively to what dropped in front of me before, and not saying it was bad, I had a lot of questions after I read it, and I really appreciate you taking these questions from me. Thank you.
I appreciate it because I think our employees would have the same questions. And this helped really round it out and put the barriers.
When you make a policy, you definitely want it to be explicit, I think, so, yeah.
I think it really helped.
I'm done.
Thank you. Shelley?
I didn't have any additional questions from this. I thought the questions were fantastic. It helped me have additional insight into it. One of the things that I really appreciated, or one of the questions that I really appreciated was about kind of like tell us more about how this benefits the city by having kind of that flexible work from home policy where applicable, and just being able to kind of think through that cost of hiring a temp employee and then training them and kind of like doing all of those services and kind of the benefit of being able to retain that employee and their knowledge and be able to help them feel like this is a place that cares about them and their unique set of circumstances. So anyway, I really appreciated that, and I was looking for it. I read it through and I couldn't find it again, but certainly appreciated that. Manager Amberg, I think that you're a fantastic supervisor, and so I really appreciate that you are wanting to do this work and have this policy for the staff that you supervise. I think that really tells the story of how you care about each of your employees and are flexible with their needs and are wanting to retain the employees. I think that also helps to really underline that retention that you had with employees within city staff as well. And so I'm, like I said, I'm supportive. I'm ready for it to move forward.
Thank you.
Alonzo?
No, I as well appreciated the questions, and this is, again, I would agree, this is a much better detailed document than what we received originally, and I just had one question on under eligibility.
What line number?
I'm looking.
There should be a line number next to
I
it.
I had things highlighted and they're all gone.
Oh.
So 61. An employee who works with confidential, secure, and/or sensitive information will be assessed on a case-by-case basis for the suitability for remote work. Not all positions at the City of Creswell are appropriate for remote work. And then we go down to in 75, after those bullet points, then in 75 it says it again, the exact same thing. I was just curious as to why.
You said the same thing on 59 and 60.
Yeah.
Because I really wanted to send that.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious as why it was there so kind of back to back.
Right.
Was that just a mistake or was?
Yeah, it's just, I can.
Okay, all right, okay, just wondered. And the eligibility, at the very beginning, and maybe I'm not understanding this correctly, or it was in the question, one of the questions, as far as eligibility, who is eligible? Help me find the question.
Eligibility, 32.
No, I'm sorry, it's in the questions.
Oh,
Counselor,
questions.
questions that we received. Talks about eligibility. How many total employees does the city currently have? Of those based on the proposed WFH policy as written, how many would qualify to work from home on a part-time basis? How many would qualify to work from home on a full-time basis? So currently, employees are 20 people. Those that can work from home on a part-time flexible schedule basis include city manager, finance director, planning, building permit, basically the main guy, the main people in the office, but none of the positions would be eligible to work from home on a full-time permanent basis. So if I'm understanding this correctly, everyone else is just eligible for full-time, part-time, eligible to work from home from a full-time permanent basis. None of them are. So they would only be eligible for part-time?
Yeah,
And
temporary.
And then temporary, there really is no definition of temporary, right? I mean, what, how?
Well, there is in our personnel policy, yeah, there actually is, but, the word temporary is holding you back.
Oh, well, no, I mean, wait, how do you define temporary? So temporary could learn, oh, I need to go work from home for a month, and then a month turns into 2 months, and then it turns into 3, 4, so forth. Where's the cutoff, or is there one, or does there need to be one?
We have some employees that during COVID found that it was very beneficial to work from home in the morning and get their work done and then come in the office in the afternoon. And they're still doing it. And what that does is, in other cities, you might have a department big enough that you can close down to the public for certain hours and then be open certain hours. And this kind of provides that for the employee. So it may be something that, that goes on and on and on, where the employee starts their day at home and completes certain tasks, and then they're not interrupted, and then they come to work and work the rest of the day and be available to citizens.
So you've had employees doing this since 2020?
Yep.
Okay. Which is,
And they may do it 2 or 3 times a week.
okay. So then the temporary, so it's not really temporary then, it's permanent?
No, it still would be temporary. I don't consider any of it permanent because it can change at any time. I'm not going to give anyone the okay to permanently work that shift.
Okay. All right. Well, that's.
So it might be long-term, but it wouldn't be permanent.
Right,
And then in the agreement, way down at the bottom, is there room, there's nowhere, oh, come on. There's no, there's no line to put a time limit on there, is there?
I don't think so. Are you talking about like where
Yeah,
you
yeah,
get
to-
revisited after
yeah,
a certain
yeah,
amount of time?
Yes,
Mhm.
yes, say after, this has been going on for a year.
Yeah,
Is it
we can
time?
add that.
Is it time to reevaluate whether this should continue? I don't know, I just,
Well, line 535 says, "This agreement is subject to modification at any time by the city or by mutual agreement."
okay.
So modification, if that would impact duration, then I would think that line would cover it.
I think it could be more obvious.
Well, yeah, I think, I like what you're saying. I think that it needs maybe to be more defined.
Yeah, to say, this will go for 6 months and then we'll revisit it.
Sure.
Yeah, okay,
That's it, that's all I had.
thank you.
Well, first of all, Counselor Holt, as I read through all these questions, I thought, you have far more experience with this than I do. And you asked really, really good questions, and so I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciated that. It gave me far more insight as I read through it. And I also picked up on the temporary thing, which was on the last page of the Q&A, just prior to referencing the other cities, where the top line says, the second line, is the intent for this to be offered only under temporary circumstances? And the answer was, it is the intent that working from home will be temporary and on a limited time basis. So we've already covered that.
But she says that they've been doing it since 2020. I understand where Councilor Alonso's coming from here.
Yeah.
That's not temporary,
That sounds more like long-term.
yes. And I wouldn't consider that temporary, so.
I think what you mentioned about addressing it in terms of, it can be for up to 6 months and then it must be reviewed.
Yeah, how
That
about we
would-
do that?
That would satisfy me.
6-month review.
Okay, that sounds good.
I think that's fair.
So the lines Alonzo pointed out, lines 59, 60, 61, I also saw that under line 3940, where it first is mentioned, employees who work with the confidential information will be assessed on case-by-case basis. So,
Yeah, I know, I threw that in there several times.
well, I got it. Line 93,
I was really like uptight about the security.
you got that, for sure, for sure. Line 93, employees may be granted the option to work remotely on, I think you want a part-time instead of a part. Line 93, page, just a grammatical thing. The word apart.
Yeah.
So, citywide core work hours, can you just, I think I kind of get it, but I'm not sure I do. Citywide core work hours.
What this does is it gives people a lot of flexibility on when they can perform work. What I'm saying is they have to be available doing city work during those core hours. So if they're going to be off, then if we have our staff meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning, I expect them, no matter where they are, to be on Teams and be participating in that meeting. So whether they're here in their office or in their home office. So that's what those core times mean, that I should be able to contact them during those times, or anyone should be able to contact them during those times, and they would be guaranteed to be working.
Okay. I didn't understand the language.
Yeah.
That was it for me. I thought it was well done, and I thought the questions from Stacy helped a lot.
Yep.
So, question, are we ready to have a final draft come to the council in 3 weeks for council vote?
With those edits.
So, Shelley says yes, Alonzo?
Yes?
I'd like to make a statement before I answer that. I'd like to point out something that Shelley said about employee retention. For some, like paid family medical leave in general, that retention is guaranteed by law. So there's no risk to the employee to take paid leave from Oregon.
Except we are under the 25 limit. We actually are under the OFLA limit. I'd have to double check on FEMLA, and we're under the paid leave limit because we're under 25. So we don't.
I didn't think there was a distinction on that guaranteed right to retain your job.
Small cities get a little bit of leniency on that because the idea is that we can't have people off because we need to get the work done. So, we'd still have to go through a process. I wouldn't just terminate someone, but.
I wouldn't want you to, that's why I'm saying, that's why I'm pointing out the fact that I feel like their job is protected. So.
It's more protected by their job right than by any of those laws, actually.
Okay.
And it's actually also protected under the ADA more. So if they had if this was a reasonable accommodation for a condition, then yes, it would be absolutely protected. But yeah, we are just under that dividing line.
Okay. I did a quick Google today, so but that's not what I came up with, but I trust your opinion.
Yeah.
Okay. And I am ready for it. I do have concerns about allowing someone part-time work from home that would be doing their full-time work. If that were the case, I would want to revisit that position. So I'd really like to maybe talk more on that or think more on that, but I am ready to vote.
Okay, Norma?
Yeah, I appreciate everybody's ideas, but I think I'm ready to vote with the changes.
Yeah, changes are great, thank you.
Okay, put it on for November.
Do you want to talk? Yeah, we kind of want to talk.
Oh, well, then we will acknowledge members from the audience who happen to also be members of the staff.
You want me to go first?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't care, whatever you want to do.
All right.
Or did you want us to both go up there?
Let's go.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Introduce yourself to us, although we know.
Yes, my name is Heather. I am the administrative assistant for the city of Creswell. You guys might know me from the front desk or from the dunk tank in National Night Out this year. I am here to talk to you today to share my thoughts regarding the proposed work from home policy. Before I begin my presentation, I want to thank Mayor Stram, members of the council, and my fellow city staff for their time and their consideration as I speak tonight. I am grateful for everything that you do that helps run this city and care for our citizens. So I shall begin. In my capacity as the City Hall Administrative Assistant, my job involves a great deal of face-to-face interaction. Per lines 36 through 40 of the proposed policy, my position would be very difficult to do from home in an effective manner and would likely not qualify from a work-from-home option. Despite this, I am here to ask the Creswell City Council vote in favor of the work-from-home policy. It is not unheard of for a City of Creswell staff member to work from home on certain occasions. During the COVID-19 pandemic, city staff all moved operations online, just as the City Council did. Although staff were unable to interact with citizens in a face-to-face capacity, they remained productive and provided excellent customer service to residents. While the days of lockdown are now behind us, there are occasions where a city staff member may need to work from home, such as falling ill, caring for their children, or attending to foreseen and unforeseen circumstances. Without city staff's ability to work from home, residents would be left in the difficult position of having to wait for the staff member to return, which can be frustrating. When city staff can work from home, residents are still able to contact them and receive those services in a timely fashion. Per lines 144 through 149 of the proposed policy, city staff would be required to be accessible to both colleagues and the public during their regularly scheduled hours via phone, email, video call, and other approved methods of communication. This will lessen the impact of the staff's physical absence from City Hall on colleagues and will ensure that residents can still communicate with said staff during regular City Hall hours. While this policy would ensure stability for city staff, it would also establish consistency for the citizens of Creswell. My colleagues have built relationships with people in town and have gotten to learn about their lives and circumstances. Hiring a temporary employee to fill in during a staff's absence would not only cost the city extra money, but could very well cause disruption to residents' expectations and relationships with city staff. For example, while a temporary staff member might be able to learn about the history of two neighbors that consistently file code complaints against one another, they would not have the relationship or familiarity with them that our current code enforcement officer does. With the ability to work from home, residents can still connect with these staff members, and it is my belief that consistency and rapport between staff and citizens leads to excellent customer service and therefore helps us live up to the promise of being the friendly city. At this moment in time, the ability to work from home exists. However, without a policy such as this in place, there are not established expectations in place for staff members that would be working remotely. Per line 72 through 74, city staff will be required to maintain the same quality of work while operating remotely as they do when in City Hall, ensuring that residents are not impacted by a staff's temporary change in location. This policy also creates accountability between staff members and supervisors, and therefore between staff and residents of Creswell. Department supervisors, such as City Manager Amberg, will work to ensure that remote work not only remains consistent with the employee's previous work, but is sustainable so as to continue meeting the needs of the community with the level of customer service that our residents are accustomed to. This will be done through evaluations and check-ins with the staff member working remotely, per lines 367 through 390. In conclusion, although the adoption of this policy would not apply to my position, I encourage the council to vote in its favor. I believe that the city staff should be granted the opportunity to work remotely. By adopting this policy, you would be creating accountability for city staff and establishing clear expectations regarding the quality of their work. Not only will this benefit city staff, but it will benefit our residents as well. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
So
So mine's not as formal, and thank you, Mayor and council members, for listening to me. The reason we wanted to talk is because I may not be here physically for the next one. I'm just here to kind of talk about how this was kind of brought up and everything. So, of course, earlier in the year, I found out I was expecting, and one of the first worries that I had was my job. You guys all know I came in and I have completely changed everything. How things are done, it's working a lot more efficiently. I also do more things. I'm also a certified backflow specialist. I run that program for the city. You have to be certified to do that, and that's information that you provide to the state. And then I also, this is the first year that we've implemented a FOG program, and I'm the only one that knows how to do that.
A what program?
FOG program, it's fats, oils, and grease. This is the first year that we've ever had someone, and that is me, go around to schools, other FSEs, so anything that creates a large amount of fats, oils, and grease, to figure out what they're doing, making sure they're preferred pumper, all that information so we protect our sewer system. It's not something that the state requires yet, but it's definitely going to come down to us here soon, and it would be nice to just have something already implemented for when the state requires it. So anyways, I reached out to Michelle to figure out if this was something that was even possible. And I understand your point, Stacy, that there is those 12 weeks of leave. However, I am worried that things will not be able to function very well with me gone. One, code enforcement officer is a job that should be, at least for 6 months up to a year, should be supervised. Your letters, how you're interpreting the code, everything, it needs to be managed. Otherwise, you're going to put yourself in trouble and you can get the city sued. There's lots of things they have to put into place, and it terrifies me to think of someone temporary who doesn't have those skill set, and to find someone who has those skill set, it's going to be very hard to find, especially with this job. You deal with a lot of frustration, sorry about that. And I don't want to put ourselves in trouble, because literally the only people that are going to be able to do my job is someone who has done code work for at least 6 months to a year, and or a retired police officer. And I don't know many people that are going to want to take that on for just 3 months. Also, when it comes to having a temp, I didn't realize how much more expensive it's going to cost the city. It's going to be anywhere from $10 to $15 more than what I even make. Not saying that that person's going to make that full amount, but if it's through the temp agency, they have to pay the temp, insurance, whatever that might be. And I just can't say that I can be proud of myself to have someone come in and not know any history, and that's a big thing and why Heather wanted to come here. She's seen firsthand, she usually gets those first calls, and people want resolution, and I just don't think we would find someone who could have that skill set and have the history there to be able to help our residents. And I also have a hard time thinking we'd pretty much be paying someone to sit and pretend to be me who can't be me. You know what I mean? I mean, it would be very expensive. I know our residents, I have developed a really great reputation, especially with individuals here that have been hard ones for previous code years, even before me. We have a good relationship. I know our code already. Someone's going to come in and not know our Creswell code, so when someone calls in, time and everything is just going to be extended when I could answer that email from home. And then to kind of go there, I gotta talk to Michelle, but it's pretty much, it would be me working part-time from home. But even during this 12 weeks, I'm gonna have to come to office. Like Michelle said, no one from the city can work full-time. Like I said, I can answer emails and do all of that stuff, but I'm still gonna have to go out and inspect things. During the beginning of the year, I have massive letters that I have to send out. I don't know how I'm gonna train someone to send out a letter without doing it, and that's just gonna cost a bunch of money too, because that's thousands of letters for annual backflow testing, for the FOG program, and that's just not something you can do, is teach someone how to do something that you're gonna do one time during the beginning of the year. Also, I do a monthly code report. I just don't know how that would, that's something that someone can do also. You know, they just simply don't know Creswell enough. They don't know our code enough.
And also, you could have someone come in here thinking they know how to do things and are too aggressive, which could get ourselves into trouble. There's just all these scenarios that I just would like to avoid. And at the beginning of the year, I also will be putting in our information for the state for a cross-connection program. If you don't know what that is, that has to do with the backflows. You just installed one. I know Alonzo gets the test every year too. So yeah, it's just really important. And my job, like I said, I had to have certifications. I got all those done before I was even here, I want to say for 6 to 8 months. And that's just not something that someone can do within a 3-month period. So it's just, I just want things to run smoothly. I mean, if I could take the 12 weeks off, but I am really worried that if I came back, there would just be a lot of disruption and frustration that I know that we could avoid. I work with Curtis, I work with Cliff, I work with the ladies up front, I work with Angela, I work with so many. So if I'm not there to answer questions, it makes it really difficult because I am a specialist. I'm a fog specialist, I'm a backflow specialist, and I'm the code. I mean, besides me, Michelle knows it probably the second best, but still doesn't know as much as I do. So I'm just trying to avoid that where, they'd be like, oh, well, I'd email Chelsea to get this answer or walk over or call her. And then that's not an option for 3 months, and that can really hinder some things. So I kind of just want to explain from my standpoint why I brought this up to Michelle, because I really just wanted the 12 weeks to still bond, of course, with my child, but still make my job function well. And I just don't think that would work if we had a temp. And like I said, it saves an extremely amount of money. I think it could be anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000. Plus, if I was to train someone, it would take a long time. I would say at least a month. And then it's like, are they going to retain to remember those things, that just the one things I have to do at the beginning of the year? So, and that's something that I can do, come in and just print the papers off. It's not that hard. It's just, I'm just trying to have a little bit of still being able to bond with my child, but still being able to my job. So it's just for that 12 weeks. So that's just why this has came and evolved the way it is because I simply don't really want to come back to work after 12 weeks and things be just a complete mess. I want to be able to help my colleagues. I want to be able to help the residents of Creswell because that's something I can still do and do a lot better job than a temp ever could.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very
Do you guys have any questions for me?
Well, you answered mine about doing the on-site stuff.
Yeah, there's
you
no
answered-
way
you
I
answered
could
it,
ever do
yeah.
my job full time from home. I don't think anybody could. Like, that's why Michelle's really specified. This is not trying to make it so that someone can just work from home. It's just trying to make things a little bit easier when it comes to, like, for me at least, in that 12 weeks to still bond with family and still get work done. Yeah, there's absolutely no way I could work from home 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, period. There's just no way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Stacy?
It sounds to me like it's a 40-hour-a-week job, so who's going to pick up the slack on when you're working part-time for 3 months?
So I'm not working, so that's where I'm a little confused right now, because I wouldn't be working part-time. I'd be working like part-time from home and part-time, so think of 20 hours
That's
at
my
home, 20 hours
misunderstanding.
in, yeah.
I thought it was part-time.
No one could ever do my job part-time.
That's why I asked that.
And that's why we had Heather come here, because I have to be accessible. Between citizens' requests on iWorks and phone calls and everything, I get complaints multiple times a day. I have questions about backflow. I have all of these things that I handle, and I've already put into play how I'm going to make this work. Granted, I am going to have to come to the office, but I have figured out with Jim, technology-wise, all the programs I use are web-based, so I really don't have to worry about that. It's called iWork. And that's where I do my fog, cross-connection, and code. All of that is tracked within that web base, and that's what I can use for my iPad as well. I also already have a laptop, just like every other employee here, so that really doesn't change anything. The only thing I can think of that I'll be using is an old monitor, so I can have 2 screens. But anyways, I can call in with my cell phone. I don't know the exact things right now, and then I can check my voicemail from my phone at home. And then also, if a resident needs to talk over the phone or something is too much to explain via email, I can also call out to that resident without my number showing through Google Voice. So I've already worked on ways to make sure that if I am at home when any problem occurs, I can give satisfactory work. Yeah, so it's definitely not something I've just been like, hey, Michelle, let's just do it. Like, I've had to work on every aspect to make sure this could work, and that's where I also had to work with Jim with technology issues or anything like that to make sure things are done correctly.
Where my question came from, it says it benefits the city because the experienced employee can continue to do their job on a reduced or flexible schedule. That's where the base of my question
Okay, so I
came
guess
from.
mine, I'm assuming is probably more of a flexible schedule.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, like I said, there is no way I could do my job part-time. I
It
have to
doesn't
be
sound like it.
Yeah, I have to be accessible to the residents.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and unfortunately, I've kind of gave myself an expectation where people really want to hear from me like right away, and I do. It just helps things. I don't want people to fester over things, so I've kind of put it on myself that I get back to residents as soon as possible. And so I just know for certain individuals and just things that we have within the city with frequent individuals, if I'm not there, whether it's physically or for the phone or email, they really will have a hard time because I know the history. I know what's going on, and I know they would really struggle with being like, well, she's not here, because it's just the same growing pains that I dealt with when I first started. Well, you don't know the history. Well, going forward, I will, because I'm going to be here until hopefully I retire. So it's just, yeah, people really want someone who already knows what's going on, and sometimes that's not always accessible. But if there's a way it can be, that's what I am trying to do. So,
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
you're welcome.
This will be on. Thank you both very much. I'm continually impressed with our staff.
We have good stuff.
We have very good staff, and you both presented very, very well tonight.
Thank you.
Very well. And Curtis, you did an awesome job too tonight. And Cliff and Shelley always do awesome job too. And Grace does an amazing job too. It's just the fact they're so quiet. And Jim, thank you. You've been referenced a number of times tonight. All your technology help. And Michelle, outstanding. So we do have one other item. Interest on property purchase for park expansion. And Michelle's going to tell us about this one.
This is real quick. I got a phone call. There are 2 acres adjacent to 2nd Street Park that are up for sale, and they called us and wanted to know if we wanted to purchase it.
What
So-
for?
Park. To expand the park.
It's a very small park right now, and I was drooling over that other section as soon as I saw it. Before the park was even in, I was thinking, that's what we need. The issue is money.
Yeah.
That's the only issue, not whether we, in my mind, not whether we want it, whether we can do it.
Well,
And who owns that property? Is it the church or is it another?
It's a
Private
private
party.
entity.
Private, okay.
so a number of years ago, we talked about park expansion. And I personally went and talked to the owner of that property and the Faith Center and the Nazarene Church that all have large pieces of land that all come back and butt up against South 2nd Street. And what they wanted money-wise was way beyond what we could do as a city. Plus, Michelle pointed out to me that every time we add parks land, we just add more labor that has to be done for the city and for our city public works people. And so potentially, do you have to hire more people? So it all has some accrued cost to the city long-term, acquiring more land and turning it into a park. So, Michelle, do you have any further thoughts on it? I mean, do we have any idea what they're asking?
They said, make us an offer.
I feel like we have a lot of parks for how small our town is already. I think we have an abundance of places for people to go, don't we? We have the big one out, Garden Lake, and we have the one the people where the bike pumps and stuff are, and
Bicycle Wayside.
yeah.
I don't
So-
really consider that so
Are there-
much as a park, as a,
Oh, is that right?
I mean, it has its uses, and it's really important to the people who ride bikes, but it's not there's not a playground there, there's not picnic tables, there's not like a gazebo where people might gather for
Garden Lake and Holt
concerts.
Park though, right?
Holt Park is in Garden Lake. Garden Lake is, I see it more as a nature preserve as opposed to a playground park. As far as for the children and other residents of our city, Holt Park is really the main one. There's not, the Second Street Park is somewhat limited. It does have some awesome things, but I think adding that would be a good idea. But like the concerns are not only buying the property, but we're gonna probably, in the, I don't know how near future, have to expand Public Works. I mean, they're probably getting close to their ability to handle. I don't know how close.
I mean, more staff.
More staff. More staff. I don't know how close they are to needing that. I'm not in the know. You would know how soon you need to add more people, just as it is now.
We're close.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty close. I think, I'm surprised we have gotten by as long as we have with 20 employees. Cottage Grove has about twice the population and 20 times the employees to do the work. They have 100 people. They have 100 people,
That's
not
40.
20, 5
That's
times.
5 times.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
What we're doing with 20 people, they're doing with 100 people. I mean, we're going to have to increase that. And that issue aside, but I think that we need more parks. And it has nothing to do with, I'm on the Park and Trade Advisory Committee, because we look at all these things and if we had that land, I think it would be very helpful to the city. There are not enough parks in that south end of the city.
That's what I was gonna ask, because I live
think
by
it's
Holt
the
Park, and I
air-
don't think it's well used personally. I don't see people there all the time. In fact,
I
it's quite
see-
empty most of the time when I drive by, but.
Well, you know, it depends on
The time
whether
of
it's
day,
time of the
summer.
day, the time of the year and everything. I've got, usually there are people there all the time. When the kids are in school, you don't see as many kids right there, out there at the time.
Okay, well, we wanted this to go kind of quick, so I want to hear from, I want to see if Shelley has some input and Alonzo, and then I'll give some. Shelley?
Sure. I mean, I think money is right, and the cost is going to be a really big factor for us. But I mean, as I reference often, right, the mission that's written on the back of the wall, right. So an affordable city services, city residents and businesses, creating a safe, livable, attractive community with a unique small town atmosphere. And I think as we are able to expand our parks, I think that helps retain residents, right? I mean, it helps to create spaces where we can come together and be celebrative, and we can just meet and be together as a community. And so, again, it's all going to depend on what the cost is, and you know what are kind of the additional costs in terms of employees and service and taking care of the park. But I think if we have I think we should do it. I mean, I think that we should look at what the costs are. So I'd be supportive of us moving forward to explore further.
Alonzo?
Yeah, I would love to see Creswell expand that park. Yes, we could always use another park in this town, but the obvious question is, the first thing you said was the money. Where are we gonna pay for it? And also the financial impact. You know, it's not just the land. It's, well, now we gotta put some playground equipment. Now we gotta maintain it. Now,
And
you
who
know,
pays for that?
it goes on and on. So if we had the funds, yes, absolutely, let's make an offer. Let's buy it, but
Well,
you know the answer to
Hang
that.
on, Alonzo, and then I want
I'm
to make some
sorry.
comments.
Do we have the money?
We don't have any cash sitting around, no. But if the city council was like, yes, we want this park, Michelle, you go find the money. one of the things I might do is ask the owner, can you wait for the money? Because I might be able to get a Parks and Recreation grant to purchase the land. Do we want to maybe do a bond? Because that would really be cheap. That would be like just a few pennies on everyone's doorstep, I guess. Or we could go and see, we could get the most expensive money that you can find and go get a loan from the bank, see what that's like. So there are different ways to get money. It just depends on how badly you want it and how badly the seller wants to sell it to the city.
I would certainly be interested in the options of coming up with that money, as you said, maybe there's a grant, but then there's time. Is the guy gonna wait that long and so forth? So anyway, yeah, my concern is with the money.
So I just have a few comments. One of them is every population growth projection we get indicates Creswell is going to grow.
Eventually.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard different, and we have a moratorium now, but if we were to look 20, 30 years down the road, population, Creswell is going to grow. Coming up with land to put in parks is a hard thing to do, especially land that is contiguous to the city of Creswell that could make for a nice park. We do have Holt Park in the middle of town. It's a postage stamp. We have the new South Second Park, which is a very small postage stamp. Garden Lake Park, I agree, serves a very different kind of purpose for population. We have no ball fields or soccer fields owned. And if you've been following, right now the public schools is contemplating interior fencing all of their facility, which means that it would be locked up to the public. You could not go out to Creswell High School and kick a ball around, throw a football around, walk your dog or anything if that happens. Which would mean that all those ball fields would still be available, I'm sure, by application from different organizations that want to use it for soccer practice or whatever. But in terms of just being open and available for people to want to go on, that would not happen any longer. I'm just saying that's there's been a poll sent out by the school district just a couple days ago, so that conversation is ongoing right now. So my point is, getting the land and building parks is a long-term process. We've seen how long it's taken for the South Second Street Park from the time when it was purchased to the time when it was fully available to be used. That's a process, that takes time. For us to have the kind of parks we want for a population of 7, 8, 10,000, I don't think we have the parks that we really want for that population. But that will come. At what point do we back up and say, now's the time to acquire the land, even if we acquire the land and it's 5, 6, 7 years before it's really fully accessible. But owning the land, having it, and having some kind of, I look at different cities around us. Well, one of the conversations that's happening that I don't know if we brought up is I was contacted by Bob Kiefer. You remember that name? Mm-hmm. Bob Kiefer, Willamette Lane, and the facility out 32nd Street, I believe, is named after him now. He was the director of Willamette Lane Park and Rec for many, many years. He contacted me 6 weeks ago. He's working with a group out of Cottage Grove that is talking about putting together a South Lane Park and Rec district. And he reached out to me on their behalf to see would Creswell be interested in becoming part of a South Lane Park and Rec district. And I said to him, well, when the group is ready to make a presentation, let me know and we'll have them come to the council and talk to us about it. So what I'm saying is, there's a recognition that acquiring land and doing this kind of thing and creating park facilities, it's important, but it takes a lot of work and it's long term. So I would like to think that we would go the next step and have the conversation, and Michelle has presented us some possibilities of how it could be funded. I'd kind of like to go with it, knowing that there's no decision made until we make a decision. What we're now doing would be exploring the possibility, and then at some point, Michelle would say, here's where we're at. Council, what do you think? So that would be my thought.
I like that idea.
Any other comments before we wrap up? Okay, William had his hand up in the back.
I've lived in a lot of cities, and there's no good time. You don't ever have money and then go decide to buy a park, because it may or may not be available. When land is available, that's when you strike. Developing the park, you're right, it could take years, but you have the land bank to do it. I mean, look at, you and I have talked about Cinderella Park. Would love to have Cinderella Park. They won't sell it to us because it would be really hard to develop, but it'd be excellent acquisition for the city if you could ever get it. So if you've got someone that wants to sell land and it's contiguous to a park you already have, that's as good as it gets. Money, then you look for the money. But get the money first and then say, oh geez, does anybody want to sell some land? That's an expensive way to buy a park. That's my opinion.
All right, thank you. Norma, you had your hand up?
Land is a finite resource. Money is as well, but there are few pieces of property in the city of Creswell that could be purchased and be developed into a park. To try to say, well, how are we going to develop this? That's a conversation for down the road. If we can get the property, then we can start discussing what's the best use of this property. Do we want to start out with, let's have it as a picnic spot, just throw a few picnic tables, something like that in for short term. In the long term, we want ball fields in there. Is that something the city's interested in? But since land is so finite, if we can do this now, I think it's to the advantage of Creswell for now and in the future when the growth is higher, is expanding. The population growth is expanding.
Stacy?
How much land do we already own that's not being used?
Holy cow. That's not being used?
Yeah, how much land do we have just sitting out there undeveloped?
We have one lot in the city.
That's it?
One small lot.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'm not opposed to this, and would love to hear more about it. I am opposed to anything that's going to cost our taxpayers more money this year. I think that we have hammered them, and I don't think that's fair. I would be completely open to doing something that maybe we could find a grant for, but anything that down the road is going to be added to our water bill, I'm not for. And so, but I'd love to hear more on this. I just want to make that very clear that we're all suffering right now from inflation, and I don't want to hurt our constituents anymore with that inflation. I do get your point about grabbing land when you can, so I'd like to hear what alternative ways we have to do that.
Okay, so, council, go ahead, Michelle.
The reality of some of this is as Creswell grows, as the urban growth boundary is pushed out, the developers will be required to provide park space. So the idea is that as you grow, you add park space. When we were looking at purchasing land before, the baseball, I think, came forward and said they would build the field and maintain it. And if we would just let them have access to the property. So there's a good chance that if we did get this, the maintenance would be done by some league. And I think it's a man's baseball league. I think it's adult males who are going to do this. So, you know, there's that. And since we have the moratorium, that land isn't going to be sold anytime soon because you can't hook it up. So a developer's not going to buy it and say 7 years from now I'm going to put in the plumbing. They're not going to. A developer is not going to buy a piece of land to just sit on it. So we may have a little bit of time, and if we have time, I really think we ought to try for a recreational grant.
I like that idea a lot.
From the state and see where we can get. And I mean, we can start the process tomorrow if that's what council wants to direct me to do.
Well, council, do we have consensus? We would like Michelle to move forward with the inquiry and maybe checking into possible grants.
Yeah, I think that's a
Yes,
great idea.
yes.
Mhm.
I'm seeing all heads up and down.
Okay, so long as we can secure a grant and the property owner is willing to wait. Okay.
And I would like to kind of have an idea of what that property is actually worth, like what kind of offer we might make too. Okay.
We can do that in closed session.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, so we will be back in 3 weeks. Thank you all.
You're welcome.